So yeah, big duck. Yeah. Nancy. She's not talking. I'm looking for Nancy, so we can get started. We okay to get started? I'm ready. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to a regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board. We are residents of Coral Gables and are charged with the preservation and protection of historic or architecturally worthy buildings, structures, sites, neighborhoods, and artifacts which impart a distinct historical heritage of the city. The board is comprised of 9 members, 7 of whom are appointed by the commission, 1 by the city manager, and the 9th by the board and confirmed by the commission. 5 members of the board constitute a quorum, and 5 affirmative votes are necessary for the adoption of any motion. Any person who acts as a lobbyist pursuant to the City of Coral Gables Ordinance Number 2006-11 must register with the city clerk prior to engaging in lobbying activities or presentations before city staff, boards, committees, and/or city commission. A copy of the ordinance is available in the office of the city clerk. Failure to register and provide proof of registration shall prohibit your ability to present to the Historic Preservation Board on applications under consideration this afternoon. Lobbyist is defined as an individual, corporation, partnership, or other legal entity employed or retained, whether paid or not, by a principal who seeks to encourage the approval, disapproval, adoption, repeal, passage, defeat, or modifications of any ordinance, resolution, action, or decision of any city commissioner, any action, decision, recommendation of the city manager, any city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial advisory board. It's on. But not limited to quasi-judicial advisory board, trust, authority, or council, or any action, decision, or recommendation of the city personnel during the time period of the entire decision-making process on the action, decision, or recommendation which is foreseeably will be heard or reviewed by the city commission or a city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial advisory board, trust, authority, or council. Presentations made to this board are subject to the city's False Claims Ordinance, Chapter 39 of the City of Coral Gables City Code. I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board meeting of June 15th to order. The time is 4:10 p.m. Present today are Mr. Bruce Ehrenhoff, Ms. Donna Spain, Mr. Michael Maxwell, Mr. Javier Durana, Mr. John Fullerton, Ms. Alicia Bakovic, and myself, Albert Menendez. Next item is approval of the minutes. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes?
Move approval of the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Fullerton.
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
Ms. Bakovic? Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Ms. Spain? Yes. Motion passes.
Okay. Notice regarding ex parte communications. Please be advised that this board is quasi-judicial board and the items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications. and ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of a quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the quasi-judicial board. If anyone has made any contact with a board member when the issue comes before the board, the member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication, the party who originated the communication, and whether the communication will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding the matter. Okay, Mr. Adams, do we have any deferrals?
No, there was another TDR application for Aragon included on the original agenda, but that was with a request for a deferral a few days ago, so the published agenda does not have it on it.
Okay, so we have a deferral on that. I'm going to move case file COA SP 2022-013 to the end.
Okay?
Okay? I'm going to try to get through the others first. Okay. Swearing in. If any persons in the audience will be testifying today, please rise to be sworn in.
Anybody will be testifying. If you're going to speak,
This just got
stand up.
quickly, yeah. Nothing.
No. Just everybody stand up. Anybody who's going to be speaking at the meeting today, please stand up and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you will give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, the first item is an application for certificate of use for a bed and breakfast for the property at 36 Phoenicia Avenue, a local historic landmark legally described as Lot 4 and west 23 feet of Lot 5, Block 22, Coral Gables, Douglas section, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 25 at page 69 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida.
And just before we start, Chair, we do have a requested absence from Cesar Garcia Pons.
Okay. Are we all in agreement? Everybody say aye? Aye. Okay.
I think you have to make a motion for that.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
Somebody want to make a motion then?
Motion to approve Mr. Garcia Pon's absence.
I'll second the motion.
Ms. Bakovic?
Yes?
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Aaronhat?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mando?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Adams, continue.
Okay. The application requests approval for a certificate of use in order to have a bed and breakfast at the subject property at 36 Phoenicia. Ordinance number 2016-49 was passed and adopted by the city in 2016. It was the first step in implementing the community vision expressed in the North Ponds community planning effort, which began in late 2014. One of the issues brought up by the community through the planning process is that Coral Gables does not have any bed and breakfast establishments, even though an ordinance permitting these establishments in the North Ponds area was adopted in 1993. It was found that the parking requirement in the original ordinance was a major obstacle to the creation of bed and breakfasts. Ordinance number 2016-49 reflects the ability to have a more tailored approach to the parking needs of each property. The ordinance is intended to make the operation of such establishments a viable option for owners of historic properties and encourages investment into designated historic properties for the benefit of the neighbourhood. Only one prior certificate of use application has been reviewed by the board for an apartment building at 114 Menorahs Avenue, but this establishment was never opened. 36 Phoenicia Avenue was designed by H. George Fink in his Mediterranean revival and style, and it was designated as a local historic landmark in 1983. The application was reviewed by the Development Review Committee on January 28, 2022. A list of the various comments are included there in the report. There are certain other criteria that are required with regard to ordinance number 2016-49. Some of them are certain design requirements. The applicant has responded to these. For instance, the appearance of the structure shall remain residential. The response is the appearance remains residential. Outdoor activities for the residents shall be visually buffered from the adjacent residential uses, and the response is that it will be buffered. So there are various requirements that have to be met, and it appears that these have all been met. The Board of Architects reviewed the application on April 28th, 2022, and their recommendation was for approval. So the staff conclusion is there are minor alterations to the property proposed to accommodate the bed and breakfast use. The alterations include the blocking up of a doorway and removal of an existing stoop and railing on the rear elevation, relocation of AC compressors and installation of signage. A standard certificate of appropriateness will be required for this very minor work. Therefore, there is a recommendation to approve the application with the following conditions: compliance with all outstanding departmental comments listed, and obtain a certificate of appropriateness for any proposed alterations. The certificate of use for bed and breakfast establishment shall be renewed annually to ensure compliance with all applicable city regulations and conditions that may be imposed as part of the conditional use approval.
Okay. Let the record show that Ms. Rolando is here as well. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. I'm here today representing Casa Coro LLC, the owner of the building located at 36 Phoenicia Avenue. Joined today by Carrie Childers and Max Haynes, the principals of Casa Coro LLC, as well as Anna Alvarez, our project architect. As this board knows well, adaptive reuses of historic buildings are one of the best ways to encourage preservation and to ensure the economic viability of historic buildings. It can literally give new life to a building, and that is exactly what my client is proposing to do here. The building in question is located at 36 Phoenicia Avenue in the North Ponce area. You see it indicated there by a red arrow. And here's a historic photo of it. It was built in 1927 and served as the home of the Douglas family, after whom Douglas Road is named, and it was designed by George Fink, one of the city's founding architects. It was designated historic in 1983 and has been maintained in relatively good condition. The proposed plan to keep it in good condition for the next 100 years is to convert it into a bed and breakfast establishment of 6 units, with one of the units to be utilized by the owner-manager as their residents. Carrie and Max would both be living there and residing there. These bed and breakfast regulations have been on the books since 2016, but rarely utilized. Here we have a great opportunity to put them to good use. The exterior work proposed is very minor, and staff has reviewed the relevant code criteria and found this project to be in compliance. With that said, I'll ask Anna to just quickly walk you through the floor plans and the plans for the exterior.
Thank you. Anna Alvarez, 1028 Obispo, Coral Gables. I'll quickly go through the plans, but if you prefer to just ask questions, I know both Warren and Mario are very thorough, but I'll just flip through the slides. So these are the original drawings by Fink. You'll find that they're very similar to what exists right now. The house has been kept in great shape. These are pictures from the front. The first image is a little bowed in order to capture the whole front elevation. It faces Phoenicia with a nice coral wall on the front. These are a few selected photos of the details of the building. It has nice woodwork, which seems original, some rafters. The context is mostly multifamily on Phoenicia, with the women's club down the street on the next block. This is the site. It consists of 2 buildings. The main building in the front and then there's a converted garage in the back that over the years got an addition. It has a second story as well. These are the existing and proposed site plan drawings. As Mario mentioned, the scope of work to the architecture is very minor. There'll be paint work, signage, some fire safety items that includes lights, and there's a closing up of a stoop in the back, which currently has a bathroom behind it, but it's not visible from the front. This is the roof plan on the left and the ground floor plan on the right. Some of the items that we'll be addressing with the fire safety, which is just limited to signage and lighting. The second floor of both buildings, which is partial to the footprint. This is the front elevation, just noting where the signage will be and some sections through the building. It's pretty typical in terms of Coral Gables' early architecture. There's a combination of shed roofs and flat roof. It has original casement windows and barrel tile roof. And just more of the elevations. This is the elevation facing south that will have the stoop removed that you can see noted on the bottom left side of that elevation. Everything else is going to be restored and existing to remain. Some of the compressors are being moved so that they're within the current building setbacks. Just a larger image of the proposed signage. We were studying some of the early sketches of Fink that he proposed for the Fink studio that had a blade sign. So that's what we were hoping to introduce here, something delicate seen from the street.
I love that.
And then this is just a copy of the rest designation report. If anyone wants to see it.
Thank you, Anna. So Max and Carrie, our clients, really are the ideal operators of this establishment. Both of them have work currently in the hospitality sector. Max's family has history going back a considerable time operating bed and breakfast establishments in the United Kingdom. And as I mentioned before, they both will be residing and managing, residing on and managing the property. We are in agreement with staff's recommended conditions of approval. We'll reserve some time for rebuttal, and I'll just ask for 1 or 2 minutes more so that Carrie can come up here and introduce herself and tell her what motivated her and Max to do this.
Hello, I'm Carrie Childers. I'm a Florida native, actually. Grew up in Central Florida amongst the orange groves. When we researched properties, we didn't dream we'd be able to have something this nice in Coral Gables. So we're very honored to be residents of the city. We found out that John, the original owner of the house, built this house for his wife, and we're a newly engaged couple. So we like the history. He was also a citrus farmer, and I grew up amongst the citrus groves, so we felt it was kind of serendipitous that this would be our first home together. As our nice lawyer said, Max's family owns bed and breakfasts in England, so we're from the hospitality industry. I'm very picky. I'll make sure the house is very well looked after, and we're looking forward to keeping it up and taking very good care of it. And just wanted to introduce myself and say thank you for listening, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this case?
Chair, I did pass out copies of a letter from the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. They've commented on a number of the projects, but they are in support of this application.
Okay. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak in opposition of this case? Okay, I'll close it to the public portion and open it up to the board members.
I'm very happy that this is coming forward. That other case, we took the other property owner that wanted to do a bed and breakfast all the way through the process, and then it never happened. So this really will be the first bed and breakfast. from that ordinance that was, when was that passed? 2016?
2016, yeah.
Yeah. So this is a good thing.
I'd like to discuss it's a very good program, but I'd like to encourage the blocking up of the rear door to leave a ghost or set back in so that it's always apparent that there was a door there. And not just like a line in there, but actually a physical recess.
Okay.
And if you do that, I think that would really be good. And I'd like to make that a part of the conditioning of anything.
Ms. Rolando?
I was going to suggest what Mr. Maxwell just suggested.
Okay.
We think alike.
Anybody have any other comments?
I just had one comment, and I think it was addressed in the presentation, and that is a question about parking. There's a nice parking lot right next door, which would be great if you could get your hands on, but and will the street handle that? And
Yes, the applicant, one of the responses to the required questions, the on-street parking analysis, the property, which consists of approximately 8030 square feet in lot area, does not have any on-site parking or vehicular ingress and egress. The frontage of the property is 73 feet and contains on-street parking in the right-of-way. The on-street parking is not marked, but approximately 2 to 3 cars can be accommodated in front of the property, and no changes are proposed to the right-of-way area. Pursuant to section 3-205.L, no parking beyond what exists prior to conditional use approval of the B&B will be required for buildings constructed prior to 1964.
how many accommodations will you have? 5 apartments? Nice. Okay, just checking to see what the parking situation might leave for your neighbors. Thank you.
Any motions?
I move to approve with staff conditions, plus the addition of the door, the ghost of the door in the back.
I'll second it. Oh.
Okay, so it's Ms. Spain and Mr. Durana.
Dr. B? Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhaft?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Thank you.
Good luck.
The next case file is case file COA SP 2022-014, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 5125 Riviera Drive, a contributing resource within the Chinese Village Historic District, legally described as Lot 1, Block 100, Coral Gables, Riviera, Section Part 2 revised, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 28 at page 18 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests after-the-fact design approval for the substitution of a roof ridge tile on the residence.
Thank you. Put the PowerPoint up, please. Here's location map of the property in question. It is located within the Chinese Village Historic District, designated in 1986. One of the assemblages there. So this is a photo that we have. We don't have an early 1940s photo. We had a 1964 photo. So it's the earliest that we have on file. So why we're here is because a permit application was submitted to replace the existing tile on the house, which is a yellow glazed Ludovici tile. Historic Resources staff approved the replacement with the condition that the specified roof ridge, a very specific ridge with a bump, be applied on the concrete curbs that you see coming down the ridges. So what happened was barrel tile was actually installed there, just plain glazed yellow, obviously, but barrel tile was installed. So we rejected the inspection, saying that they had to put back the correct tile. So the homeowner and the roof contractor, who are both here, have said that it will be both dangerous and damage the roof if they were to go up there and step on the glazed Ludovici tile at this point. So then in doing some research, trying to figure out what was there, we came across two fish spa photos from the 1920s, very early. And what you'll see, if I can, they aren't of this house specifically, but there are certain typologies within the district that exist. So you'll see the one that's a square, and then there's one that's an L shape. And the house in question is actually on the top picture, the very light tile that's furthest away in I don't know if I can point it out to you or not, but it's the one between the point and right there. So looking at these, we zoom, and realized that the concrete ridges actually never had tile to begin with, because they were meant to be the dragon bodies of the terracotta heads that were placed on those ridges that you can see in some of the photographs, such as this one. So given that, we didn't want to then make the current homeowner put the correct tile back on, realizing that there was none, so that left us with two options, which we are presenting to you here. And the options are to deny their application and make them go back to the removal of the tile so that they are bare as they were intended to be, or leave the installed barrel tile as is. It's sort of a temporary solution until such time that they ever need to go back on the roof, do repairs, or do a replacement, that they then be taken off. So I'll leave the owner of the...
She's wonderful.
Thank you.
Just to say, my name's Dave Schofield. I talk a lot. I will try to subdue myself. I'm the owner of 5125 River Drive. My livelihood is I draw, and I'm a very obsessive person. She's experienced that already. I pay a lot of attention to detail. A mistake was a mistake. She's absolutely correct in what she says, that the tile, as I understand it, the tile that she designated to be used was not used. And I admit that. The process of how that happened is confusing and long, and I don't have to go into that, but she's right. However, I don't know, I suppose you have them there in paper. I did find a photograph in 1965 of the house with exactly the same roof tile, the barrel tiles going down there just as they are now in the way that they've been put. You can see that in the silhouette. The way the tiles that she approved of using, as you probably already know, they go in silhouette, they kind of go like this and then a bump, and then this and then a bump, and this and a bump. And mine now go, slight triangle drop, slight triangle drop, triangle. So it's a different silhouette. It is not a dramatically different silhouette, but in the 65 photograph, it is the same tile that they have in there. And as far as I understand it, there is no record of the roof being replaced, because these tile roofs last theoretically forever, between when it was built and when that photograph was taken. So it is possible that the original people didn't use this thing that is now currently desirable, and they did have the barrel tiles on that, because that's what it looks like in the 65 photograph to me. I've spent $130,000 on this roof. It took 15 months because of COVID, because of supply chain things, 15 months to get the roof done. In that time, I had water damage and leakage, and it has been, through no fault of my roofers, great guys, it has been a nightmare, and an incredibly expensive nightmare. And I bought this house because it was move-in ready, and I've had the living room floor, the other room floor, termite damage. I've had all the electricity replaced. I spent like $600,000 in this house, and I'm going broke. And the Ludovici guy, who's not here, the tile guy, the pitch of I can't get it tented because the pitch of the roof is so steep that I've hired 3 people that have come to do it, and when their workers come, they say they won't go up there because it's too steep. And the tile is very slippery, and if they try to get up there to throw things over, they will break them. They said to me, we'll break your tiles. And so the idea of going through the process of removing these ridge tiles, which are on the very top, of course, of the roof, and potentially breaking the roof, and then having Ludovici have to make them, it's giving me a heart attack. And I understand, as I've said, I understand you are correct in that the tile you approved is not what was used. But it seems as though it's possible, and like I said, if she made an allusion very gracefully that I will put into any kind of document that if I intend to die in this house, I'm not a flipper. I'm going to stay here till I die, which may be soon if this happens. But I mean, I'll put something in contract that the next time the roof is replaced, if I do it, I will use the ridge tiles. I'll do anything you want. I just can't go through this again. I can't go through another 15 months. I'm kind of a high-strung person, and I live in the house, and it's an incredibly anxiety-creating situation. And like I said, through no fault of anybody, it's a convergence of things that happened. I guess that's it. I'll stop talking.
Let me give them
questions.
a follow-up to that. So in the past, when you all have reviewed, the board in the past has reviewed, I think, 2 instances of S-tile way back when, where they were financial hardships to elderly residents, that there was a restrictive covenant placed on the property that said the next time this ever gets, whether it's you, whether it's the next person, whether when it gets re-roofed the next time, that it revert back to true barrel tile. So that is an option that we can.
I'll sign anything.
I'll sign anything.
Really.
Okay.
Do you have any questions? Do I stay up here?
But Kara, do we want it to go back to the tile, or do we want it to go to the concrete, like from the photo that we saw?
So no, I don't want it. At this point, I don't want it to go back to the ridge tile, the bump tile, even though it's used elsewhere in the district and is appropriate for that village. Our documentation suggests that there wasn't anything there originally. So that's what we would prefer. There is, I don't know if you're going to open it up or not, but there is a part of that letter from the HPACG that supports staff recommendation, whatever that may be to you all.
Okay.
One of the 2 options.
If we grant this, is it basically giving or providing reason or an excuse for the rest of the people in that village to be doing the same thing? Or to ask for the same thing?
I mean, if anything, they'll be switching
Nobody wants to replace the roof. Everybody else that lives there, nobody wants to touch the roofs after my experience that everybody knows about. There is the curious case, if I can, I'm getting off topic, but there's another house in the Chinese village where when I came to you guys and said, I'm going to have to do this because it's leaking, can I take the tiles off by hand and reuse these exact same tiles? Because they were beautiful and they're glazed and there didn't seem anything wrong with them. It was the wood underneath that was all termitey and rotted. And as I understand it, y'all or somebody, whoever was, said, no, you can't. They don't fit in.
Permitting. It wasn't them, it was permitting.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't.
Well, they said, no, you can't because they don't have an NOA. Is that right? NOA. It's changed. And so all of these perfectly beautiful roof tiles, which are much more elaborate than the ones I actually used, were destroyed. In the same Chinese village, on the other side of the block, there's a house. One of the owners came to me and said, you should do what I did, which is take them all off by hand 20 years ago and put them all back after you've done the roof work. And I said, they won't let me do that. They won't let me do that. So all of our tiles were destroyed. After 8 months, when I was 15 months into this, the mother of the guy who said that to me, who lived next door, she did exactly what he did. She has taken all the roof tiles individually off without a permit and began to repair the roof. And then they've reused, as I understand it, they've reused those tiles to put in the back of the roof. I spent $130,000 replacing all my tiles, and she got to take hers all off by hand and put them back. And her roof is done. She did it in like 2 months. I've been 15 months. I've tried to do everything right. And she has spent like $30,000, and I've spent $130,000. And so I'm sorry, a little off point, but it's frustrating, it's expensive. And as I've said in that photograph, there's no proof that the house, as I understand it, there's no proof that the house, those tiles, that the way they are, the barrel tiles, in that 65 photograph, there's no proof the house was re-roofed since it was built. So those roof tiles might be the way it was originally done, even if it isn't the way. Apparently another house in Chinese Village was a man named Mr. Hudson, who did a lot of restoration work on that house. He's since sold it and moved. He actually changed the porch design, the railings, and other people in the Chinese Village liked what he did, so they changed all their porch designs. So I mean, I know houses mutate and move and change and are altered over time. That has happened. I mean, I don't think all the houses in the Chinese Village have to look exactly alike. And if my roof tiles are slightly different than the other ones, that just shows, I think, an authenticity and an age where people live in houses and they change slightly. And I will be happy to put whatever you want in that this will never happen again, but okay.
I think that if we're going to require a restrictive covenant to be placed on the property, that it really isn't setting up a precedent because no one would want that on their property. And so if they come for a roofing permit and they do it right, then they wouldn't have to go through what the staff is recommending that someone goes through. So I really don't have a concern with that.
I mean, we view each individual as, case as an individual standalone and try not to apply them to other cases in the same, they're each thing is specific to the circumstances.
So the question is really about removing the tiles that are on the ridge lines.
Correct.
That's really the question, right? Okay. So, I mean, I heard what was said, but being in the construction business myself, I don't buy it. From what the roofer said, I mean, they can be removed.
They can be removed.
Yeah.
But the other, as she said, there are two footprints of the houses in the Chinese Village. All the L-shaped houses have ridge tiles. All the square box with the porches on the second floor, they don't. But all the other houses of my footprint do have roof tiles. They aren't bare. The ones that only, they're two, I already said it. So all the other houses of my footprint do have roof tiles on the ridges. The ones that are square houses with the boxes don't. It's quite distinct. So if you would actually be doing a much more drastic visual change in the silhouette if you were to take my tiles off.
Right, so what we asked, though, and what the board has normally upheld us doing is ask that it go back to what was originally on the house. Maybe not that's what's there now, but the photographs that we have,
Is that there?
they're bare.
They're there. They're somewhere. I don't. Can I touch that?
Yeah, of course. And we bought the high resolution image so we could zoom in on them, and so they were bare.
Oh, but this is not that, because that doesn't show that.
Anyway.
Well, I mean, on these look like they have the roof tiles. This is all bumpy. That one, and this one, they're not smooth.
All right, can I ask, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this case? Anyone in the audience who would like to speak in opposition of this case? Okay. Any other questions?
Oh, those. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Mr. Fullerton, any other questions? Ms. Rolando?
I would, or do you want to call for a motion, or I don't want to disrupt any conversation?
I'd like to ask is this another situation where we have tiles being asked for barrel, true barrel? Similar, I mean, that kind of a change we're talking about?
I really don't think it is. I don't think you can equate the two situations because what we're saying now is that there wasn't anything on the ridge, right?
That it was what?
That it was bare.
They were bare. Originally, there were no ridge tiles.
No tiles at all?
Right.
And that's really the question here. I mean, they put ridge tiles on where ridge tiles never were.
But they didn't say to us, don't put ridge tiles.
They were maybe at one time, right, but.
We're only talking about the ridge tiles?
Yeah.
That's all.
What was on there before was the bumpy tile that does
I
this.
beg your pardon, I guess I missed that part, which is,
So what we don't know is what was on there in the 20s. Was the ridge tile that was replaced, instead of having the bump at the end be flat?
Just to be clear, as she just showed it to me, the roof, the flat part of the roof apparently had ridge
Yeah.
tiles, but the
Yeah.
swoop
From the 20s.
Exactly.
We're
If you-
talking about the swoops.
the
Yes.
swoop.
So if you look at this is the same typology as his house. The uppermost ridge that runs just at the top, it has a tile. I can't tell what it is, but you can see that it's not smooth. The swoops that come down, as he referred to them, on those ridges were bare because there are terracotta dragon heads at the end of them. They're supposed to be the bodies to the dragon heads. Okay, so that's where we're at.
But again, that was never pointed out when we put the permission.
Yeah, I
in
think
to
it's
get it
only
done.
because of your situation that staff went
looking at
back and tried to do the research, but what they wanted, originally, what they wanted you to do was
Right,
that one.
right.
So
Which
either
would've-
way, you messed up. But having said that, I mean, I'm happy to make a motion to do the restrictive covenant. And the next time that the roof is done, that it goes back to what we now think was original to the house, and that is no ridge tile at all.
So out of curiosity, the other three houses of my footprint that now have the tile on the swoop, will you want them to take that off when they're redone?
That's different because they have a permit for what they do.
When they come in.
But when they come in, absolutely,
Oh,
staff will
okay.
now require them to have that portion without a ridge tile.
Okay,
So at some point in the way distant future,
Right.
they will all be consistent.
okay. And just out of aesthetic curiosity, is an overall consistency a desirable thing in a historic district in the sense that variations, again, make individual thumbprints, and that is what history is?
Well,
so-
yes, but what
I mean, I know
this
you
board
wanna know the-
does is
Yeah.
preserve history,
Right.
historic preservation. So
Yeah.
if we can prove that that's the way it looked in the 20s, that's what it all should go back to.
Okay.
I second the motion.
I don't know.
He's with roofer.
Were you sworn in?
Yes, Ivan Navarro.
I think the ones that it has now,
Excuse me, could you state your name?
Ivan Navarro, excuse me. I think the tiles that it has now is the closest thing to what it had back then. The cost on the 206 tiles that you're referring about, it's almost 3 times the cost. So that's why I think that's the best option that meets in the middle point versus not having any at all or putting something on without breaking the bank. That's what I'm trying to say. Because you're talking about a cost difference of $100 per tile versus 20.
Here, we don't deal with cost.
I know, I'm just trying to make a point where
Or none if they don't require anything.
both standards without
Okay,
over.
The motion that's on the floor right now is that he doesn't have to pay any more money
It's-
right
yeah, it's in his
right
favor.
now,
It's-
so.
So we have a motion by Ms. Spain and a second by Ms. Rolando.
I know.
Yeah.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Mr. Earnhardt?
Reluctantly, yes, I'm going to make a comment in addition to my vote. I am extremely concerned with ongoing series of people not following instructions when they have worked with historic preservation, okay? We carefully go through things, and then the contractors, for whatever reason, or the owners for whatever reason, take a deviation, okay? And I don't like setting precedents where then anybody else can come. Now, it might be within a box for this village, but there can be arguments made by people who would come before this forum and say, well, you've made exceptions here and you've made exceptions there. I'm very uncomfortable with it, okay? So I'm not,
No,
so,
Just let them finish their motion.
okay, sorry.
okay? So I will vote yes, but I want to have it put in the record that this is not to set a precedent or not be relied upon as the board accepting exception after they've given explicit instructions, okay? For any purposes, okay? So,
I would,
Let them.
Excuse me.
sorry,
We're in the middle of voting.
okay, sorry.
Mr. Maxwell?
No, and I'd like to make a comment. This is easily fixed, and regardless of what the roofer says, and this can be taken care of, and it can be taken care of quickly, reasonably, it can.
That hasn't
And
been my
all-
experience
I'm
at
sorry,
all.
the public discussion is over. And forgive me for being short, but it can, and all we're talking about is the ridges. So
Can't get to the ridges without going on the roof.
Excuse me, sir, please.
you can get to the ridges, and you can get to the ridges with extensions, with a snorkel truck, with lots of things. So I vote no, and I think this is a bad precedent, and it only does exactly what Mr. Aaron Krantz has said.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
I agree with Mr. Ehrenhaupt's comment and Mr. Maxwell. However, I will vote in the affirmative to allow you to move on.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Ms. Bakavi?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Can I say something?
They've approved it.
I know, but I just to say, just to throw a tomato back, if the historic board had told me in the beginning, if they'd done their research before and said there are no ridge tiles on the swoop, this wouldn't be happening. So in a way, you could say it's my fault, but I could say I also was approved for something that now you're saying isn't the right thing, and so you
Okay, sir, you need to leave while you're ahead, because you did not do what was on the plans.
That's true.
So, no.
All right, next case file is case file COA SP 2022-015, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 625 Altara Avenue, a contributing resource within the Italian Village Historic District, legally described as Lot 18, Block 8, Coral Gables, Riviera, Section Part 1 revised, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 28 at page 31 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests after-the-fact design approval for the substitution of window muntins on the residence.
The application requests after-the-fact design approval for the substitution of window muntins on the residence. The property is located on Altara Avenue between Segovia Street and Palmerito Street. The Italian Village was designated as a local landmark district in 1992. The contributing structures within the district are reminiscent of Italian farm homes. 625 Altara Avenue was constructed in 1925 and designed by Robert Law Weed. He designed residences and commercial buildings, including department stores. The application requests after-the-fact design approval for the substitution of window muntins on the residence. In August 2021, a permit application was submitted to install impact-resistant windows and doors on the property at 625 Altara Avenue. The Historic Resources and Cultural Arts Department staff worked diligently with the window company to prepare the final set of permit drawings so that the windows and doors would accurately reflect the type and style of windows and doors originally found in the residence. Staff went so far as to mark up each window and door for the window installer so there would be no confusion, and you can see a copy of that drawing there. The permit was ultimately approved after 2 previous rejections, with the condition that thicker vertical muntins to be provided as noted. And you can actually see on the staff report that is actually noted there. And if you also look at the drawings that were submitted by the window company, there's a box there that specifically states vertical muntins will be 3.5 inches wide. This request has not been reviewed by Board of Architects. The work proposed in this application detracts from the integrity of the historic building, as inconsistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards. Staff has consistently required property owners to adhere to original plans and/or photographic documentation when replacing windows and/or doors. The windows in this home were typically pairs of casements in an opening. Staff noted that some of the window openings were altered from the original, and that there has been an addition to the residence and worked with the window supplier to come up with an appropriate solution. The thicker vertical muntin has been allowed to give the appearance of a pair of casements to a single leaf window unit when it is not feasible to install pairs. Normally, this allowance is made on windows required for emergency egress purposes, or when the window opening is too narrow to accommodate a pair of aluminium impact-resistant windows. The windows and doors that staff approved are the appropriate configuration for this property. The recommendation is to deny. And I do want to add to the report that Cara initially dealt with this application, and she drew the windows for the applicant. Cara was on vacation. The applicant requested an inspection. I went out. I noted that the windows were different from on the drawings. We've had 2 on-site visits. I also met with the property owner and the window contractor. The window contractor is blaming the manufacturer because they made the windows and did not follow the plans. The window manufacturer is blaming the window installer because they picked them up and installed them. And my concern over this is that we have a homeowner who has been caught in this situation where, short of us actually going to the factory and watch them being made, I'm really not sure what else staff could have done. They were actually drawn. The drawings were submitted that followed staff requirements, and they weren't made that way. And apparently, the manufacturer, the contractor, the installer, no one noticed this. As soon as I opened my car door, I saw it, and I hadn't even been involved in the project. So, Cara may have some more input, but we have a really unfortunate situation where we have a homeowner who is caught in this situation, and really no one is willing to stand up and take the blame. So I just feel that's important because, the applicant actually prefers the style of window that is there, and I'm sure they'll come up and explain this. But, this has taken up so much staff time, and it's taken up time from the applicants who I believe work in the medical field. They find it difficult to get time off. I believe they also rearranged a vacation to be here today. And as you said, it is becoming very, very tiresome that, approved plans are not being followed. So the property owner is here. You go over there.
But can we vote?
You can speak, yeah.
Hi, I'm Sadia Raja, and
Carlos Alfonso. We're the property owners. I don't know, you want to start? Or?
we're the property owners at 625 Altara Avenue, and going back to...
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Sorry.
So, as Mr. Adams was saying, I think that we've been at this, for about a year now, trying to get, trying to maintain the integrity of the 1925 house that we bought, and we love, and one of the reasons we bought it, and we've been trying to maintain that, that historic integrity. But we also wanted to update it to the 21st century, and also for safety, and wanted to install impact-resistant windows. And so, we were going through with the company with Prestige, and to try to come up with what's the plan, what's the best way to do that, and that's why there was some back and forth in terms of getting all casements, in which we agreed, we'll do if that's what takes it back. Even though there's an addition that didn't have casement windows, we said we'll put all the casement windows, as requested, as required. And so some of the initial back and forth, I guess, was in regards to the casement. I mean, the muntins was something, unbeknownst to us, and, really, that, we didn't look at the plans in terms of 3.5 versus 1-inch muntins. So this is our home, I think, we just put some pictures so you could see. I think that the casements as installed, look beautiful and, bring it closer to that 1925 house compared to what was there previously, which was the sliding windows. And so, I guess those are the plans. Go back to, sorry. So these are the windows that's installed there. That has the 1-inch muntins, but it has the center bar for the impact-resistant windows, from what I understand. It's bigger, and there's a difference. I mean, again, we're in the medical field, as Mr. Adams mentioned, but so I don't know all the peculiarities, but there's a center bar which has the casement, and if for the front windows, if we were to put 3.5-inch muntins, I think that'll also detract from the front appeal and the front facade. And actually, we met with Mr. Riesco, and contractors, and we agreed in the front. I mean, because we have that center bar and it is casement. I mean, maybe perhaps the 3.5-inch muntins aren't needed in the front of the house and the facade. Yeah.
The vertical 3.5-inch muntins will add another 7 inches on each, on one window of blocked light. And that is only our source of light. There's only 2 windows that look into the living room. There is larger windows in the back of the house, which is the newer portion of the house that is not from 1920s. But this portion, and we've tried to mimic it with painter's tape, it really darkens the whole area. It makes the opening of the actual glass opening quite small. So, that's our concern.
And this is just to compare it,
right.
With or without the 3.5-inch buttons. And we think, the 1-inch, again, to our view, while the plans may have been different, drawn up and submitted, I think that the 1-inch don't detract, from the look of the house, and, bringing it back to the style with casement windows. This is the kitchen windows, which are on the side. And then again, with putting in the 3.5-inch muntins there, which is on the side leading to the back of the house. You can see our neighbor's house, which is also historic and has doesn't have the casements. And this is the back of the house, what it would look like with or without the 3.5-inch versus the 1-inch, which is what it's installed. And because of, again, it has the center panels for the egress and everything that we're learning about, we don't think that it detracts from the style and the look of the house. It's on the back of the house. So we're hoping that, we could move forward, with this. And this is from the inside again. And again, this is actually the kitchen windows, which are much smaller. I mean, there's no way that you could fit a 3.5-inch muntin there and, have any window space whatsoever. And so, I mean, again, you've seen the Thailand Village. We went through our neighbors, 18 homes, very little of which have the casement with the 3.5-inch muntins, and some have been recently approved without the 3.5-inch muntins. So, as homeowners, I think we're in a bind, and we're asking you that, I mean, hopefully, you approve this and let us move forward. I mean, we're trying to maintain the 1920s, style as best we can.
So these are some of the homes that I walked by in our neighborhood, which are literally like a minute away from me. I walked around 18 homes, took pictures, went into 2 homes of our friends who recently gotten approved. And we're just asking, hopefully, for consistency. And these are the windows that are casement windows that have the center portion but don't have the vertical muntins. Again, this is literally the same house as ours. It's just flipped over.
And I understand the concern of making precedents, and that's not up to me. And we're just the homeowners, but we're just hoping that we don't think that this is detracting from the look and the feel of the home. If anything, it's bringing it back closer to what it looked like in the 1920s at a significant cost to us.
So this is also casement windows with 1-inch muntins. This is a house that was recently done last year, Dr. Patel's house, and I had the opportunity to go in the house. Similar front windows with 1-inch muntins and the center portion that opens out. I was able to take measurements, if you can see, to show that they're 1 inch. Same crisscross situation as our windows. This house is the Verdeja house, also done last year. 1-inch muntins. And that's our little research project. The thing is that we've been on a holding pattern. The project, I think, got finished beginning of April, and we're in a holding pattern. We're supposed to actually fly out to Dubai on Monday to see my family, and now we've postponed it to tomorrow morning because we wanted to be here. And it's just that hurricane season's coming up, and Carlos works in CCU and I work in ER. So we have to leave homes, and we have to leave our kids there. We take our kids to the hospital, and we just kind of want to sort this out. So We're asking to be able to keep the 1 inch if possible, and if not, we'd like to see if maybe if we can keep the 1 inch in the front of the house where the windows aren't as wide. And the newer portion of the house, which was added, we are
Ms.
hoping
what's the
to do, we just want, hoping to the back of the house to do 3 inch there, because adding 7 inch blocks there doesn't take away from the look as much as the front of the house. So,
That's,
that's what we're asking for. So we'll leave it up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
So, yes, I have a question. So so the permit actually came out and said that this is what it was supposed to be, that it was supposed to be the 3-inch pattern?
Yeah, there's
Okay, so-
actually on page 2 of the report, there's actually a photocopy of the permit set, and it specifically says it's difficult to see thicker vertical muntins to be provided as noted. And the actual drawings prepared by the window company, based on the drawings that Cara had presented, actually has a box there that specifically states vertical muntins will be 3.5 inch wide. But, it's the homeowner that's been stuck in the middle of this.
Mr. Adams, were shop drawings submitted for approval? No shop drawings were submitted for approval. Okay, so this is really a mistake by the contractor. Okay, so the contractor has made a mistake in not fulfilling the request of the permit.
Well, according to the contractor, the manufacturer made the mistake.
Well, he
It's
installed
the
them.
contractor's responsibility to fulfill the obligations of the permit.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, you didn't get what you paid for.
Yeah. Correct. I'm not sure if we like the 3.5 inch muntins for the front.
I understand.
My concern
I
is it's
understand that.
adding 7 inches extra of plastic.
Unfortunately, you didn't get what you paid for, and you didn't get what was approved.
That is true.
That's where we are.
Yep. And it's with the board to determine, you can make that's why we brought them to the board, because if they had originally applied to us with those windows, we would have brought it straight to the board. Staff could only review it because it was a copy of the original windows. But if these windows had been presented as installed, we would have brought them to the board
And
for.
we've turned them down before.
The original windows were all double casement, and so it was thicker in the middle because you had 2 windows that are opening up. And what you're doing now and what you have now is actually just one frame. And so that's the reason why, that the committee said this. So I hearing what you're saying is that you're willing to make some kind of compromise about that and take on maybe the window contractor or whatever and at least change the front. Did
All
I
we're
hear
asking,
that
there's
correctly?
only
Well, so I
3
think
windows in front.
my question is that the front, when I was talking to Mr. Riesco, the architect, he told me the front is double casement, so it does open and has a bigger, thicker inner bar, and so it's it's actually not the middle bar, but the side bars
That are thicker than the
are
original
thicker.
windows.
So you'd be willing to change those or modify them to meet what the permit said?
I mean, we'll do, what you tell us. I mean, I'm hoping that we could keep the front because I think that that's where it's going to impair the light more. I know the back is where there isn't a big bar and there are bigger windows, but I mean.
Could we look again at some of the photographs?
Yes, thank you.
We're hoping that the living room has 2 windows and there's a window upstairs. If we could let those 3 stay as is and work on the ones on the back.
So these are the ones on the
These are
back.
wider.
So these are a little bit wider, so adding the vertical mountain, will give it more of a vertical feel, and take away less light, whereas,
This is where they're smaller.
This is the front windows where they're smaller, so it's going to be much
It's gonna
more.
look so much nicer with them thicker.
See, in my view, these windows are in very good proportion without the third and fourth wide mullion. It looks like there are 2 movable pieces of glass there.
And there are 2 movable pieces of glass.
So that's, to me, that's not even, shouldn't be in the conversation. That is a double casement window.
No. So
John.
originally, those were pairs of double casement windows. And so the modification that we allowed to have the thicker faux vertical was to make it look like there are 2 pairs that open as they should have. That window size is too small to do a pair of casements because you can only do them up to 18 inches is the minimum size, I think, of a window, 17 or 18 inches for a single leaf of a casement. So what you're seeing there is supposed to mimic 2 pairs of casements side by side, which is why we asked.
But the proportion is quite good, I think. I don't see any reason why that would look like.
But I think it'll look so much better if it actually looks like it's 2 casements with a wider, and we've in the past been very consistent requiring that, staff
I think
and the board.
I agree with what you're saying, except these, I think, are in good proportion. The ones we saw previously in the pictures
the
below,
larger windows,
above,
yeah.
those are not right. But
Well, that's too horizontal. I mean, you just
Yes,
didn't
well-
have those
That's why
types
we're
of,
willing, we're
This-
asking
this-
that we
I
use what we
understand,
have here.
totally get what you want, I got it.
Got it.
You know, this is a really difficult position, you know.
I think the important elevation is the front. If we're gonna make any compromise, I mean, I understand the light, but if there's a compromise to be made, I think it's to be given back to the front elevation, not necessarily the back. So I would probably support that, way to go in terms of compromise.
Okay, I can make a motion. God knows where it's gonna go.
Well, hold on, because I need to ask if anybody in the audience wants to speak in favor of this. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak in opposition to this? Now, Mr. Adams, this is the second application for after the fact. We're getting these more and more.
Yeah, my suggestion is, and I was going to bring it up later, and we've been discussing having a supplemental sheet to go with the COA application form and have it clearly stated on there that, if anything is installed that does not conform to the plans, that the applicant absolutely realizes that they're going to potentially have to come to the board, and the likelihood is that they will have to conform to what was approved, because this is happening. And since I've started here, I have spent more time trying to figure out windows from companies that have not installed what they were given the approval to do. And it's not the homeowner's fault. They're the ones that are penalised. It's not us. We come here, present a report, you make a decision, the contractors get paid for it. These are the guys that suffer. Not only financially, but in time and stress. And
I've got a question, though, because I'm looking at the original architecture.
Yep.
And in the front of the house now, the 2 windows to the left were never there. So those, if you look at the original is just, it's kind of like a stucco, what do you call it?
I'll defer.
Like a faux window or?
Cara did the initial review,
So,
There were alterations made to the property.
yeah.
But in
so-
order to be consistent with what they would have been is why we asked for that.
I mean, to me, that would be the only way I would look at it a little differently, is that, originally there was no windows there, and they changed them. I mean, I don't know. Is that something we would consider at all, or you still think that they should have been?
It's up to you all. We went through this exercise repeatedly to get the windows approved the way that they were drawn. So it is up to you. I will tell you that this is an exercise that we do quite often, and they're normally followed. And I've also today I did an inspection for the 5th time on a house that could not get their muntins right. And they keep taking them off and putting different ones on, and they're still wrong. So they can be fixed, like you can remove the muntins and replace them. So it's not like they're still gonna have hurricane protection throughout the process. So it's up to you guys. If we are general
Now,
consensus.
I'm sorry, I have a question. This is the first time that we're going through this, I know you go through this a lot, but I mean, does that, can that affect the windows and crack the windows? And, obviously that's our concern too, is the integrity of the windows in adjusting the muntins, and the compromise, we're willing to compromise, if that'll help us get this completed, but I guess.
When we first met out on site, the window representative said that's fine, we can take these off and replace them. The second person we met said, well, it's a lot harder than that, he shouldn't have said that, they're stuck on with something really. So, you know, it's been,
Oh, to remove them, you can remove them. I mean, it won't damage the integrity. I'm kind of more with John that I don't know if that 3.5 will look that good in the front. Because what happens is you're trying to take a new product and mimic what was originally there, made out of wood, and you're using aluminum, and you got the wind codes and all that. And I don't know. I like the way they look, but I understand you guys' reasoning also of wanting the 3.5 inch. So.
It's pretty clear here on the engineer's drawing that we have.
No, and I've heard my
That says up on the top that the muttons are 3.5 inches wide. And so if you can't, I mean, why your contractor would not do that? I mean,
right now, they can speak for themselves.
okay, but why he wouldn't fulfill that is,
Why he didn't give you what you paid for in the first place, so that you wouldn't be here and you wouldn't be wasting your time, I don't know.
yeah, this
You know,
is his.
we're put in a difficult position because we're trying to be fair to you, and we're trying to be fair to the people who will come after you, and the people who were here before you as well. And when we have, when we start to make allowances, it never works out. That's the position we're in right now.
No, we understand. That's why we changed our vacation plans. We're like, let's see what we can do. Maybe if we can keep the front of the house at 1 inch, and then see if the other portion of the house, because there is a difference in the window size, like wider in the side of the house and the back, but it's up to you guys.
I'd
To
like
me,
to
it
make a
seems that
motion.
May I interject and ask a question?
Go ahead, Mr. Aaronhoff.
For the windows that are not compliant with what was required, do these windows have to be taken out and sent to a factory, or can there be retrofitting of the muntins that are non-compliant on site?
From my experience in construction, they can be done on site, but I think you need to ask the window company.
Yeah, the muttons are usually applied,
Yeah.
so it's a single sheet of glass, or a single sheet of, basically a
right.
windshield,
No, I
and the muttons are
understand, but-
applied onto that. So
Could
they-
the
they-
ones that are 1 inch that need to be
Yes,
3.5?
they could be
Can they
right.
change it on site?
Yeah, they absolutely could be.
Well, I think,
It would
I
be.
think that says it all. I
It
think
wouldn't
that-
look like the frame of the window. It would look like something applied to the window, I think.
There's something applied now.
The impact glass windows, they're a single sheet because they won't pass the storm, they won't pass the impact test unless it is a single sheet.
The muntins decorative is not structural, so
Yeah.
it's-
No, those are the muntins. Those are the muntins. The framework, this is to be looked as a frame,
Yeah, but
more
they're
than
not
a
touching the
mutton.
frame, though.
But John, the question is really the muttons, it's not the frame,
Well, I
okay? And
disagree.
the muttons can be replaced.
The objectionable ones are in the back of the house, as far as I'm concerned.
say it again?
The objection on the back.
This elevation, these window dimensions are wrong. They're clearly not the double casement windows that we like. The ones in front, I have to tell you, I think they look good. And they look like they have frames on them with muntins as sub-members of the window frame. The ones back here just look like big pieces of glass with muntins pasted on them. And for that reason, I would say you have to put a central frame-like element there, 3.5 inches on both sides of that. One muntin seems excessive to me. I don't know whoever came up with that dimension and whether they
It's 3.5
would-
total.
huh?
And I think it's 3.5 total instead of a
Total, I
1
hope.
inch.
I hope it would be
It is.
total.
It's not
7.
7, 8.
No, but I think each muntin is required to be 3.5 inch, and there's 2 vertical muntins.
Yeah,
on
no,
each
she's saying
window,
3.5 in
right?
total, not 3.5 on each side, yeah.
Yes. Okay, can I make a
Anyway,
motion?
that's my feeling. And
No, on each side of the.
you mentioned, Mr. Adams, that we should do something on the plans to make sure they're looked at and backed up. and then they might have to come back to the board. I disagree with that. I think they should be made to change them before anybody comes back to this board and be put in this position to have to tell you no and tell the contractor no, and then everybody's upset, and then we get the reputation as being these hard.
That's
people
the
to work with.
reputation staff get.
Huh?
You know, that's the reputation staff get. No matter how far staff goes to help someone through the process,
Yeah.
when this crops up, we're the bad guys.
Yes.
Even when we say, well, you have to go to the board, we can't make it.
Even when you're marked up.
Even when you do it.
But then I think we need to have another step with the approvals. I mean, there has to be a shop drawing. There has to be something that comes back. That
You
says,
can require shop
"This
drawings for
is-"
certain things.
Yeah,
And
I mean, there
that's a
has to
policy we
be.
should probably start including, shop drawings for both roof tiles and for, and roof installation and for windows. I mean, we have been down this pike way too many times. I mean, this was only last year. We were all here and all approved this.
No, this was reviewed at
It's the
staff
staff
level because they did the correct thing. It didn't have to come to the board. It's only with you now because the incorrect windows were installed that staff can't approve. And my suggestion was, as we were discussing an additional sheet for the COA application form, I'm happy to put wording on there that makes it perfectly clear that any contractors that deviate from the approved plans, then they have to fix it. Because there's no reason the homeowners should be the ones in this situation.
Not only that,
Do
but
that now. Why shouldn't we do that now? Make the contractor fix it.
Well, they should, but, you know, maybe it'll
Instead of us being the bad guys.
But you know, the applicant always has a right to come to the board and ask for what they want.
Right.
You know.
and they've exercised that
And,
right.
well, to be honest, I mean, I know you may not have approved it, but if, we didn't know the difference that what was submitted with 3.5 or a 1-inch mutton, I mean, if we could have, avoided this, and, come beforehand, we would have done that. But we didn't know what the mutton was on the plan. To be honest, I mean, we were focused on casement versus non-casement, and the muttons had.
Our original plans were actually to just do casements on the front of the house, and the rest of the portion that is actually built in 60s, 70s, 80s, we didn't want casements. And we actually went up another $20,000 and willing to do casements for everything, and we're fine with that. So, we've tried our best, but honestly, we didn't know what a muntin was till it slapped us in the face.
And now you don't want to know
Now
what
I
it
know.
is.
But I don't think we expect that the homeowners are supposed to know what a muntin is. I don't think that that's the expectation. I think that if staff is going above and beyond and making sure that this is going to be correct, we have to put something in place that's not going to allow that the efforts are futile. I mean, otherwise, why are we doing it? It's not fair.
No, and honestly, it's not fair to Kara at all, and it's not fair to Mr. Adams at all. And they've personally met with me, and, I just am in a tough spot because at this point, I've already paid $60,000 on this. I'm holding a $5,000 check. I can't force, Prestige to do anything, and I can request, and hopefully they will. And I know they will. They're good people. Both the owners came and spoke with us on the last meeting that we had with Mr. Adams. I just feel that it's the front of just the 3 windows in the front, if we could keep those as 1 inch, because it really does impact the actual light that comes in. But anyways.
Yeah. I think Ms. Spain would like to make a motion.
I have a question.
Another question?
Another question. Okay. Generally, when we would be looking at something like this, the front elevations are the most important, those visible by the street. And so I guess my question to you would be, regardless of what it is that you prefer, okay, would you be willing to change those to those visible from the street to as what was specified in the plan, and let the ones that are not visible to the street, remain the same, and then accept a covenant that whenever, like what we just did, whenever these changed before, that, these would go back to what it was originally, or something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if the board thinks that that's, that would be the most appropriate, I mean, I think we would be willing, to do that. I guess my concern, I'm not sure what the restrictive covenant means, from selling, standpoint down the road, or, I mean, I don't anticipate we're going to make any changes. We're putting impact resistance in windows, so I don't think we're going to do any changes to those windows at any time in the near future. But
well, you were here for the previous, gentleman with the rooftop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Mr. Maxwell, you'd also have to speak with the rest of the board and see if they're in agreement.
I was just asking them a question.
Okay.
I personally think that the roof situation is much more likely to require changes in the future than a whole house full of already hurricane-proof windows. I don't think that's going to change much in the future, so I think you're safe in saying, sure. I think the other guy is going to have a hard time with his covenant.
The windows last as long as the roof.
Ms.
No,
Spain,
the roof.
Yes.
you've been waiting
I
very
have.
patiently.
I'm not
Go
been
ahead.
patient.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the after-the-fact design approval for the substitution of window muntins on the residence located at 625 Altara Avenue and deny the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Spain and Ms. Rolando.
Unfortunately, I mean, it's kind of what everyone said about the precedents. It's, you know, it's what staff wanted on the shop drawings. You know, they clearly indicated the 3.5 wall. I don't like it. I don't think it looks as nice as the 1 inch. I mean, you know, we have to agree with what, you know, they're recommending, and it was on the plan. So my vote would be, I guess it's a no, right?
Yes is a vote to deny it.
Yes, okay, so yes.
What does it mean to deny it? I'm sorry. That they have to
It's to
replace?
deny the substitution. So what I'm saying is they should go with the approved plans with the 3.5.
Okay,
inch.
throughout.
Throughout.
I got you. Okay, I got you.
So yes.
Yes.
Wait, you haven't voted.
No, they didn't call me. I just needed a clarification.
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
No.
Ms. McAfee?
Yes.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
well, thanks for your time.
Okay, next case file TDR 2022-003, consideration of the transfer of development rights for the property at 118 Menoris Avenue, legally described as Lot 7, Block 36, Coral Gables, Douglas Section. According to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 25, page 69 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests approval of a maintenance plan, authorization for the transfer of the unused development rights, and the issuance of a certificate of transfer. The receiving site was previously approved by the Historic Preservation Board, case file TDR 2022-001 on February 16th, 2022.
The application requests approval of the maintenance plan, authorization for the transfer of unused development rights, and the issuance of certificates of transfer. The property is located on an interior lot on the south side of Menoris Avenue. The primary elevation faces north onto Menoris Avenue. 1925, permit number 1479 was issued for the construction of the apartment building at 118 Menoris Avenue. It's a good example of a Mediterranean revival apartment building designed by architect H. George Fink. It's basically a rectangular in plan, one-storey projection on the west side of the front. The receiving site, 290 Valencia Avenue, was previously approved by the board on February 16th, 2022. The attached Historic Preservation Board application contains a historic buildings conditions report and stabilisation and maintenance plan prepared by Martinez Alvarez Architecture. The report evaluates the general condition of the building and site, identifies those areas that require immediate repairs, proposes corrective actions, proposes a maintenance schedule, and assigns corresponding repair cost estimates. The report concludes that the building is in good condition overall, recommends immediate repairs to be performed within 6 months, and recommends future improvements. Staff recommends that no building permit for the receiving site at 290 Valencia Avenue be issued until the remedial work is completed. Please note the historic designation report is included as an attachment. There is a table showing the calculation of the available TDRs of 4714 square feet. Historic preservation staff recommends approval of the conditions assessment report and maintenance plan and schedule, approval of the issuance of the certificates of transfer of 4714 square feet from 118 Menores Avenue, and recommends to the City Commission that no building permit for the receiving site proposal at 290 Valencia Avenue be issued until the remedial work is completed on the historic property.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue, representing LOD Inc., the owner of the historically designated site at 118 Menores Avenue, which is applying to transfer its unutilized development rights of 4,714 square feet to the Regency project at 290 Valencia. The Regency project was previously approved as a receiver site by this board this past February. A couple of months ago, this board approved the designation of one of this building's sister properties, actually, right next door at 122 Menores. 118 Menores, which you're seeing a historic picture of, was designated historic in 2015. That's a copy. There you see its location on the south side of Menores Avenue between Ponce and Salcedo. That is 122 to its west and 114 to its east. All three of those now designed by George Fink, all three designated historic. 118, the one in the middle, which we are discussing today, has been well maintained as documented in the stabilization and maintenance plan prepared by Ana Alvarez. There you see some views of it. You also see the neighboring properties on each side at the bottom of the image to the east and west, which are also designated historic. Some minor repairs have been identified as having to be completed, and we are in agreement with staff's recommended conditions of approval, and would ask that you follow that recommendation and vote to approve 118 Menores as a sender site for TDRs. We'll reserve some time in case there's any need for rebuttal from any public comment, and thank you very much. This is another example of sort of an innovative way of utilizing TDRs to make historic preservation work. This is the owner will be seeing some compensation from this, resulting from the fact that she cannot use these development rights on the property, but can transfer them to another project, which has already been approved as a receiving site. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Adams?
Nope.
No? Anybody in the audience like to speak in favor of this case? Anybody in the audience would like to speak in opposition? Okay, I'll close the public portion. Board members?
I have a question.
Yes?
I'm confused. It doesn't take much. Did we skip 285 Aragon TDRs?
That has been deferred.
Oh, is
Yeah,
that the one that
that's
was
deferred,
deferred? Okay. I missed that whole conversation. Sorry.
Any questions?
I have a question. This TDR transfer has nothing to do with that program that we reviewed some time ago about doubling the...
No, that has not moved through the process for discussion yet.
I got you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve with the conditions stated for the report and maintenance plan, and to approve the issuance of certificates of transfer of the 4,714 square feet from 118 Menores Avenue to Lot 7, Block 36, revised plat of Coral Gables Douglas section, et cetera, and to recommend to the City Commission that no building permit for the receiving site proposed at 290 Valencia is to be issued until the remedial work is done at 118 Menores Avenue.
Second.
Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Fullerton seconds.
Yes.
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 Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Okay?
Recording stopped.
Where are we going? I just think they're going to the bathroom.
Are we on a break?
Yes.
Okay.
It's near San Sebastian, but it's some friends who have a family estate there. Not really, it's a family home. I'd love to hear, I'd love to hear.
Hello? Okay. Case file COA SP 2022-013, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 832 Alhambra Circle, a local historic landmark, legally describes lots 14 and 15, Block 32, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 5 at page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. And 836 Alhambra Circle, a contributing resource within Alhambra Circle Historic District, legally described as Lot 12, less to the west 25 feet, and Lot 13, Block 32, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 5 at page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The applicant is requesting approval to unify two adjacent single-family properties into one parcel. Design approval to join two historic single-family residences to create one single-family residence, and design approval for additions and alterations to the residences and site work. Variances have also been requested from Article 2, Section 2-101D6B and 7 of the Coral Gables zoning code for the maximum allowable floor area and minimum allowable landscaped open space. It's a mouthful. Mr. Adams.
Okay. The applicant is requesting design approval to unify two adjacent single-family properties into one parcel, design approval to join two historic single-family residences to create one single-family residence, and design approval for additions and alterations to the residence and site work. Variances have also been requested from Article 2, Section 2-101D6B and 7 of the zoning code for the maximum allowable floor area and minimum allowable landscape open space. The residence at 832 Alhambra Circle is significant as a prime example of the type of homes designed in the early 1920s. Designed by John and Coulton Skinner, prominent local and national architects, and built in 1928, the residence is detailed in the Mediterranean Revival architectural style. Two additions of a screen enclosure and a new garage and porte cochere, designed by William H. Merriam, a notable local architect, were built in the 1940s. Other alterations include demolition of the rear garage apartment in 2000, construction of a large two-storey rear addition and swimming pool, and construction of a rear outbuilding. The property was designated as a local historic landmark in 2001 and listed as a contributing structure within the Alhambra Circle Historic District in 2008. The residence at 836 Alhambra Circle was designed by H. George Fink in the Mediterranean Revival style and constructed in 1925. Alterations include demolition of the original garage and construction of a new garage, construction of a rear addition, and construction of an addition on the west elevation. This property was listed as a contributing structure within the Alhambra Circle Historic District in 2008. So just to make it clear, number 832 is both a contributing structure and individually designated, and 836 is a contributing structure. As stated, the applicant is requesting design approval to unify the two adjacent single-family properties into one parcel, design approval to join two historic single-family residences to create one single-family residence, and design approval for additions and alterations to the residences and site work, and also two variances have been requested. So looking at number 832, first of all, the alterations to this building will be conversion of the garages and breezeway to a wine room, wine storage, laundry and storage room, extension of the front AC unit wall, addition to a rear porch which may also be enclosed, extension of rear second floor balcony and construction of exterior staircase, demolition of the rear cabana bathroom, construction of a rear two-storey elevator shaft, demolition of a rear cabana and the installation of new windows and sills. With regard to number 836, the alterations are demolition of a later addition to the west elevation, the rear cabana, the swimming pool and the rear bay window, construction of 1 and 2 storey addition on the west elevation, construction of a rear two-storey detached garage structure comprising a 4-car garage and loggia on the first floor, and residential accommodation comprising 2 bedrooms with bathrooms, a sitting room and a balcony with exterior staircase on the second floor. There'll be the installation of a garage door gate on the front porte cochere and installation of new windows and sills. With regard to both properties, so we've just gone through the individual alterations to each property. The following are alterations to both properties. Construction of a new 1-storey structure to the rear, which will contain a kitchen and connect both properties. Construction of a new low wall linking both properties at the front, and alterations to the front boundary wall. So we look at the various elevations. The primary elevation faces Alhambra Circle. When combined, the property will have a frontage of approximately 175 feet. The drawings indicate there are proposed alterations to the front property wall. However, no elevations of the wall were submitted for review. Staff is concerned alterations to the wall will give the appearance of this being one property rather than two. The low wall screening the AC units at the northeast corner of 832 will be extended to accommodate additional AC units. Staff has no concerns over this proposed alteration. The existing garage door openings and the arch breezeway in 832 will be infilled to accommodate living space in the interior. The infilled openings will be recessed arches with a differing arch design from the existing. The easternmost arch will be larger than the other two and will contain a plinth with a vase. The remaining 2 arches will contain a 6-light window and planter. Staff does not support these alterations. Whenever approval is given for enclosing an opening, the original profile of the opening should be retained and inset to show what once existed. Further, the enclosure of the existing garages and breezeway contribute to the overall impression that the combined properties are one house. The addition of sills to the new windows is appropriate, as the drawings indicate the existing windows have no sills, so that is the only with regard to the new windows. The drawings indicate an existing circular decorative feature above the easternmost garage door, which is consistent with the similar features on the historic structure, will be removed, and a new decorative string course feature will be installed, and a new chimney will be added above the existing shed roof. Although the garages and breezeways are later additions, staff does not support the removal of architectural features and the installation of new features, especially on the front elevation. A new privacy wall is proposed between the north elevations of 832 and 836. Staff does not support this proposal as it contributes to the appearance that this is one property, as only one porte cochere opening will remain. The drawings indicate a gate will be installed on the porte cochere opening at 836. It was not clear originally if this will be a solid or a wooden gate, or if it will be of vertical metal pickets, providing some visibility. The applicant, I believe, did indicate to me that this will be there will be visibility through the gate. Staff does not support the enclosure of the porte cochere as it contributes to the appearance that this is one property, and the enclosure of porte cocheres is an inappropriate alteration. The drawings indicate the front door of 836 will be relocated to its original position, and a front stoop and canopy similar to the originals will be created. This is supported by staff. It is restoration. The later one-storey addition to the west front facade of 836 will be removed, and a new two-storey addition with 8 light windows, flat roof and barrel tile coping will be added. The new addition will be visible from the right-of-way. This proposal is supported by staff as it is set back approximately 14 feet from the front elevation and is of a more appropriate design than the existing addition. With regard to the rear elevation, the existing second-story balcony in 832 will be extended. It's not supported by staff, as the drawings indicate the staircase will extend beyond east elevation and will be visible from the street as a solid mass. One of the existing covered porches on the rear of 832 will be extended. There are 2 porches there. It's not clear from the drawings if these porches will be enclosed or not. There is a note in the drawings that states spaces will not be enclosed if it will cause the residents to exceed the maximum permitted floor area. So it's unclear as to whether the intent is to enclose these. There's a rear 2-storey elevator shaft. This will not be visible from the right-of-way. Staff has no issues. A 1-storey T-shaped addition will be added to the rear to combine both these existing structures into one house. The addition will be of a hip barrel tile roof, 6 light windows with 2 light transoms. Internally, this addition will contain a kitchen. The design of the structure is appropriate for the architectural style of the properties as it is located to the rear. However, the drawings indicate that the addition and the roof will be visible from the right-of-way. And please note that while the design of the addition may be deemed appropriate for a historic structure, as will be explained, staff has concerns with the proposal to actually combine 2 historic structures. As detailed above, the existing 1-storey later addition will be removed and a 1- and 2-storey addition will be added. That can be supported. The east elevation of the combined properties will be the east elevation of 832. The proposed new staircase leading from the rear 2nd floor balcony to the rear yard will be visible in this elevation. The west elevation of the combined properties will be the west elevation of 836. The later 1-storey addition will be removed and replaced with a more appropriate 1- and 2-storey addition. There's also a detached garage structure being proposed. This is a 2-storey structure to the rear of 836. It will not be visible from the right-of-way. Be a hipped roof, hipped barrel tile roof, exposed rafters, 8 light windows with sills. The structure will contain a 4-car garage and loggia on the 1st floor and residential accommodation on the 2nd floor. The west elevation has 4 single-car garage doors on the 1st floor, windows on the 2nd. The east contains a loggia with arched openings, classically styled columns on the 1st floor, and French doors leading to a balcony on the 2nd, and a staircase leading from the balcony to the yard. The north elevation features a blank wall with no openings to the garage and arched openings leading to the loggia. The 2nd floor contains 1 window. The south elevation contains only 1 window on the 2nd floor, with the rest of the structure and the staircase wall being plain. Staff supports the construction of a detached garage structure. However, the proposed design appears to be very large in scale and height. There will be demolition of the cabanas to the rear of 832 and 836 and demolition of the swimming pool to the rear of 836. This is supported. The applicant is also requesting 2 variances. Firstly, grant a variance to allow the proposed residence to have a maximum floor area ratio of approximately 10,130 square feet, which is 38.6% of the site, versus 9,025 feet, which is approximately 34.4%. They're also requesting a variance to provide approximately 33.5% landscape open space of the area of the building site versus the required 40%. This application did go to the Board of Architects for review of the design, excuse me, for review of the design only, not the concept of joining 2 historic properties together. The Board of Architects made a motion to approve with the condition to study introducing windows into the enclosed garage openings on the left, that is of the main residence. So, staff conclusion. The application presented requests approval to unify 2 adjacent single-family properties. design approval to join two historic single-family residences to create one single-family residence, and design approval for additions and alterations and site work. Staff has serious concerns with the proposed concept of combining two historic houses into one house. Both properties are contributing structures within the district. 832 is an individually designated historic landmark. Should the properties be combined into one property with one residential structure, it is staff's opinion that the district would lose two contributing structures, and 832 would no longer be eligible for individual designation. Bear in mind, we designate the lot. We don't designate the structure, we designate the lot. When you change this lot, we are going to have to review that individual designation because the designation report will have to be amended. It's staff's opinion that that property as it stands, or as you have two properties combined into one, would not be eligible for individual designation and would not be eligible to be classed as two contributing structures because you have one property, one structure. It's staff's concern that this property would not even qualify as one contributing structure or site. The applicant may claim that the proposed work is being undertaken appropriately with a one-storey addition at the back, and the two individual structures can still be identified as such. However, as noted in the report, the proposed alterations to the front elevation give the appearance that this is one structure. Alterations to the boundary wall, enclosure of the garages, and construction of the new wall between the two properties. And this is very evident, I believe, from the rendering on sheet A-31B. If you look at that, this looks like one property. Also, it may be argued that the proposal consists of adding a large addition which is visible from the right-of-way to each historic structure. You're combining the properties, you're adding to both of them. You're adding the additions on the front. Neither of these properties is subordinate to the other. You know, when someone builds an addition on a historic property, the addition should be subordinate, the addition should be set back. That is not the case here. Staff is further concerned with establishing a precedent which could encourage others to submit similar applications, possibly for more than two historic properties, or historic properties that are further apart than the subject properties, which would require a much larger and possibly more visible link. Setting a precedent for this type of proposal could have a hugely detrimental effect on existing historic districts and result in a reduction in the number of contributing and individually designated structures in the city. The applicant has also requested two variances. For a variance to be considered and recommended approval, there are 8 conditions here that have to be met. It's staff's opinion that this application only meets one of the 8. The first condition is that special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land structure or building involved and which are not applicable to other land structures or buildings in the same zoning district. No special conditions and circumstances exist. The property owners are choosing to combine the lots, join the structure, construct a large detached garage. Per the applicant's letter of intent, the property owner would be permitted to add to both structures if they were considered separate homes. Because they are unifying the lots, the property owners are penalised with the lower FAR number. You can't have it both ways. It's either one or it's two. You can't make it one and ask for the benefits you would get with two. The second requirement is that special conditions exist and circumstances do not result from the actions of the applicant. The conditions and circumstances are a direct result of the actions of the applicant's proposal to combine the lots, join the structures and build a detached garage. Further, 832 was a contributing resource when purchased by the applicant recently. Per the letter of intent again, inclusion of the property as a contributing resource is not a condition or circumstance resulting from the actions of the property owners. Well, the property owners purchased a contributing structure. The remaining FAR would otherwise be permitted if the property were considered two separate homes. Again, We want one property with all the benefits of two. Staff, number 3, that granting the variance requested will not confer in the applicant any special privilege that is denied by this ordinance to other lands, buildings or structures in the same zoning district. Staff does not support the concept of combining two historic structures or any variances required to do this. If these variances were granted to the applicant and then not to others who applied to do the same thing, then this would be conferring on the applicant a special privilege that is denied by this ordinance to other lands, buildings or structures. Requirement number 4, that literal interpretation of the provisions of the code would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district under the terms of the code and would work unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. Per the letter of intent, the property owners would meet the FAR requirements of the zoning code if the property were considered two separate homes. By strictly interpreting the zoning code, the property is deprived of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district, in particular the floor area typically permitted for two buildings. The property owners are choosing to combine the properties. Staff is not aware of any previously approved applications for joining two historic properties in the historic district. Therefore, the applicant is not being deprived of rights commonly enjoyed by others. Requirement number 5, the variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land, building or structure. Reasonable use of the properties may be obtained by retaining two separate single-family residences as they were intended to be when built. The required variance is again a result of the owner's decisions. Requirement number 6, they actually meet that granting the variance will not change the use to one that is different from other land in the same district. Requirement number 7, granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the code, and that such variance will not be injurious to the area involved or otherwise detrimental to public welfare. Staff believes granting the variances would have a negative impact on the historic district due to the loss of two contributing sites and one individually designated site, and could set a precedent for similar applications which could further impact historic districts. And number 8, that granting the variance is appropriate for the continued preservation of an historic landmark or historic district. Staff believe it's not appropriate for the continued preservation of the individually designated landmark or the landmark district. Therefore, staff's recommendations are a motion to deny the proposal to unify two adjacent single-family properties into one parcel, design approval to join two historic single-family residences to create one single-family residence, and design approval for additions and alterations to the residence and site work on the properties, and deny the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness. Now, should the board determine that they wish to approve this concept, in other words, allow the applicant to design the properties, there are a number of conditions here that I believe I should read into the record that staff would want to be included with regard to the design. The applicants were given a copy of these conditions yesterday. Elevations of the front wall and details of any proposed gate shall be submitted to staff for review. The original outline of the garage doors and breezeway openings shall be retained. The existing circular decorative feature above the garage doors in 832 shall be retained, and the new string course and chimney shall not be added. The proposed front privacy wall between the two historic structures shall not be constructed. The porte cochere in 836 shall not be enclosed. The rear balcony staircase on 832 shall be redesigned so it is not visible from the right-of-way. The applicant shall clarify if the rear porches on 832 are to be enclosed. The height of the rear kitchen addition shall be reduced. The scale of the staircase leading from the rear balcony to the yard on 832 shall be reduced. The proposed garage structure shall be reduced in scale and height. Additional features shall be added to the south elevation of the garage structure to break up the massing of the elevation. Details and specifications of the proposed garage doors shall be submitted to staff for review. Specifications and details of all new proposed windows and doors shall be submitted to staff for review. All glass shall be clear, all muntins shall be high profile, and sills shall not be added to windows that did not historically have sills. However, sills may be added to new windows to differentiate them from the historic windows. So staff recommends a denial of the issuance of the COA. Staff recommends denial of the variance to allow the proposed residence to have a maximum floor area of 38.6% as opposed to 34.4%, and a motion to deny a variance to allow the single-family residential property to provide approximately 33.5% landscaped open space of the building site as opposed to 40%.
Mr. Sarah, busy day.
Yes, indeed. Trying to bring it to a conclusion now. Good evening now, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue, representing Robert and Carlissa Apple, the owners of 832 and 836 Alhambra Circle, joined today by Mr. Apple. And I'm also joined today by George Hernandez, our project architect. The Apples have been good stewards of their historic home at 832 Alhambra, which they've now owned for about 16 years. They have enjoyed and valued residing there so much that they have also purchased the neighboring historic home at 836 Alhambra. It is their right to purchase their property and utilize it for its permitted residential use. The proposed physical connection between the two buildings and the other proposed renovation and additions are what we are reviewing today. While staff is concerned with the idea of consolidating two properties, there is nothing in the city's code which prohibits it, and in our opinion, many good reasons for approving it in this case. The objective of this board is to further the cause of historic preservation in the city of Coral Gables. In order to achieve that end, the city has embraced innovative solutions such as the use of TDRs and adaptive reuses of historic buildings, both of which were on your agenda today. However, one challenge which continues to persist is the need for owners of historic homes to have sufficient space so as to have a home that meets modern living standards, consistent with the market in which those homes are located. Many times, additions have been made or proposed to historic homes which absolutely overwhelm the historic home, take them out of proportion to the lot on which they are located, and turn them into what is commonly called a McMansion. What the Apples are trying to do here is exactly the opposite. They're proposing a tasteful and subtle connection between the two homes in the rear, and otherwise maintaining the separation between the two buildings. Most importantly, maintaining their separation from the street front, so that they can achieve their floor area needs without making additions to either building, which will take it out of scale or deprive either building of its historic value. Importantly, part of this proposal includes actually the removal of a poorly done addition to the 836 Alhambra house, which will bring the 836 Alhambra house considerably closer to its original condition than it is today. As Mr. Adams mentioned, variances for floor area equivalent to what would be permitted for each of these properties separately is proposed. And it's proposed to a great extent, and we'll explain this later, because we are, to a great extent, keeping these two buildings separate, which is part of the challenge here. We're also proposing a variance for the landscape requirement, but we are actually improving the existing condition of the landscape requirement. It right now is non-conforming. We are lessening that non-conforming by introducing more open space and thereby decreasing the level of non-conformity that exists today. This is an innovative and appropriate way to keep two historic buildings in good condition and ensure their economic viability, maintenance, and preservation well into the future. I'll now ask George to come up and make some presentations, address some of the design concerns that Mr. Adams expressed in his report. And George, if you could also just establish yourself as an expert, say a little bit about your credentials.
Sure, thank you. George Hernandez, 337 Palermo Avenue. Well, I've been hanging around preservation for a long time. I was a trustee of the National Trust for Historic Preservation. I was a trustee of the Florida Trust. I served on the Florida Historical Commission. I served on the Historic Preservation Advisory Council at the state level. I'm starting to forget. I'm a faculty member at the University of Miami School of Architecture, one among a number of them that teach historic preservation. I am the director of the Historic Preservation Certificate Program at the University of Miami. Closer to home, I sat on the same board that you aptly serve on today. I was influential in the authorship of the Coral Gables Cottage Ordinance, which has now been memorialized in the zoning code. I served, I think it was a year before COVID, on the rewrite of the single-family residential code. Many of those rewrites were to make the single-family code, in fact, friendlier to historic properties. And probably also very importantly and dear to me, I was part of a group of citizens that helped establish the Historic Preservation Department in Coral Gables. Previously, it was a program under the zoning department. We saw that at times the needs of zoning and the needs of historic preservation were at odds. And so we established the department. So I think that's enough credentials for the moment. Can we have the slides up? I was going to change the order of my presentation, but I won't. I'd just like to say that I'll finish with, I hope this leads to an open and robust discussion. The one thing that I find difficult to believe is that two houses, which are 25 feet from the sidewalk in a historic district, where virtually all of the historic fabric is being maintained, and sit there as clear as day, will, because of an addition that is behind the rear facade of both houses, will vanish from the historic district. Writing that would be very difficult in my mind. How can a house by H. George Fink, that is the front facade of which is being virtually restored, and a house from Skinner, vanish from the contributing properties of this historic district because of an addition which, as Warren has stated, clearly meets the standards and the conditions which he read, many of which are agreeable to us. But I'm going to go back to the original plan, okay? I hope I get this right. I'm not good at this. So this is a roof plan of both properties shown near to one another. We don't need to belabor the point very much, but you can see their proximity. The east side of the western house and the west side of the eastern house are only 8 feet away from one another. That is not atypical in the Alhambra Historic District, particularly as you get closer to Lejeune. These houses are very, very close, 8 to 10 feet away, so they have an average of 5-foot side setbacks or less, as in this case, which gives a character to the district. Unlike other districts, you see that line of the facades, which gives you the kind of definition of the street. So these houses have for 100 years been 8 feet away from one another, and they are remaining 8 feet away from one another, and they will always look that close, and they have always looked that close. We were talking earlier about the thing that staff discovered with regards to the roof tile, but the 4-foot privacy wall that we were proposing after we went and really dug up a lot of hedges that are there actually is already there. So we'll leave the historic 4-foot privacy wall between the two houses. We don't need to replace it, it's there. This is a roof plan of the proposal. I want to see, oh, okay, it's better over there than it is in the back. There are other images that show more clearly where the additions are, but you can see there's about the same amount of density, and certainly if you added the FAR. So we always do this when we do historic properties. We started doing it in the Coral Gables Museum. We build what I call the archaeology of change of the site. So what you see there on the left is the beginning of 832 by Colton and John Skinner. And you can see that the majority of the change happens in 47. That's the third column. The upper series of boxes is the second floor. The lower series of boxes is the first floor. So the greatest delta happens at 47, and that's the second and third, I'm sorry. And then further and beyond that is 2001. Right. But it is interesting to see here that the second floor is picturesque. It doesn't project, it doesn't extrude out from the first floor. And the second floor of 832 is not being added to, save for the elevator tower that's not in view, okay? So the massing from the street, that tiering up of first to second floor, is unchanged. And even the first floor, with the exception of filling in the garages, is unchanged. Now, you were talking about ghosting in a door before. You know, if you look at this, and the same thing is true for 836, there was a detached garage in the rear of the structure. There were no garage doors in the front of the structure. The historic image of 832 had no garages in the front of the structure. Garage doors in the front of the structure do not mean I am a single home. In fact, the code was changed a while ago, incentivizing moving garages to the rear, ridding the front facade of garage doors. There's also a ratio in the code that was put in where no more than a third of the front facade could have garage doors. This facade currently has more than a third of the front facade as garage doors. So the filling in of those garage doors does in no way symbolize or give the impression that this is not a single family home because it needs a garage door in the front, okay? This is 836, which is the western home. It's really extraordinary to see how small these houses were when they were built. And again, in this case, the greatest delta of change happened in the 40s, in 82, and in 91. But perhaps the most significant change, which you can see in white in the third box on the ground floor, is that at that point, which I think was in the 82, a very long extrusion, it's a one-story extrusion, but long nonetheless, was added to the west side of H. George Fink's design. And the extrusion goes from the 25-foot front setback and further back than the rear. That really disturbed and made disproportionate that structure. We'll see more about that later. This is a combination of both of those houses. You can probably tell more clearly here that on the top right corner, that would be the southwest corner, is the detached garage, which, as I said, putting these in has been incentivized by the code. And then just underneath that is the T-shaped kitchen, which clips onto the corner of 836. And then it extends towards the family room of 832. Now, yes, one small section of the kitchen may be visible from the sidewalk, but if you see all that shaded, so from the sidewalk to that wall is 70 feet. So from the public realm to the northern edge of the kitchen is 70 feet. And there are layers of structures between it, like the porte cochere and the existing 4-foot privacy wall and the landscaping that's going to come into the courtyard. The other thing that I'll say the other point later. So the other change that has happened is it's hard for me to see it from here, I have to turn around. It's the addition of an elevator.
You can use a pointer on that screen, but I don't know if we have a
On
pointer
this
there.
screen, and it shows up over
This
there?
one.
Oh, on that one,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't
Oh,
know.
this is a
I
recorder.
don't know if there's a pointer anywhere.
So the pointer's probably part of this, correct? It's the top one.
I don't have a clue.
But now I have to sort of lean into the mic, which is fine. So this addition here, wow, that's a good red dot. That addition there is an elevator because the apples plan to age in place. And so the demolition here of a one-story cabana from 2001 was really to add that elevator. And this, which is the porch that they were unsure, here, and then it goes over, correct? I'm sorry. It's kind of behaving badly. Okay, yeah, great, thank you. Thank you. And then these are existing porches with the exception of this one, which is currently a breakfast room. We're actually vacating it because the breakfast room was done again in 2001. So there was in the report, there was a question about whether this is an enclosed porch or the porches will be enclosed. This one exists, we're extending it a little bit to put a mosquito screen in there. All of these three parts of this porch will remain, I'm sorry, all of these two parts of the porch will remain open. This is an existing bedroom, and since 2001 has been an existing bedroom. It was designed to complement in a triptych or tripart composition, that facade. So there's no change. There's more unair-conditioned space in this part of the design than there is now. There's a diminishment of interior AC space. Next. So that some of that is probably more legible here in this drawing. This is the houses as they exist, and the kind of grape color is what we're going to demolish. So this is that one-story cabana bath to make the elevator here, and this is a kind of 4 columns making this pavilion. It's about 300 square feet, which is where the barbecue is. That's from 2001. Those two are being removed. The rest of everything remains. Massing-wise, absolutely the rest of everything remains, including the pool. This is the H. George Fink house. This is that rather unfortunate addition that occurred, and even though a piece of this was a detached garage, it has been completely reconfigured. It no longer has any fabric from the 40s. This is a kind of ramshackle kind of wooden ceiling that's been built between the two of them. So we're removing all of this, and this little bay window, which is not historic fabric, and this little lean-to, which is not historic fabric, and getting closer to the original Fink footprint. And then this is what you see, the same thing. So here, the grape color is actually the new construction. So this is the flat roof is colored differently than the pitch roofs. So this is new construction. It's a bay to make this bay habitable. These houses are of very small dimensions, just in the way that the original detached garages you couldn't drive a car into today because they were made for Model Ts. So this bay actually is 10 feet and this bay is 12 feet. And those were the main living spaces of the house. So programmatically, what we've done in the Fink house is we've put program that isn't the large program of the two houses. So it has a library and it has a gym, which is why we added this bay. And there's a little meditation room there. So it's supportive program. So we're fitting the program into the structure so that the structure, which by today's standards would be reduced in size or limited in dimension, can function and will work well into the future. You see all of the pieces there. So one of the other things that is in the FAR, subject of the FAR, is that this courtyard here, let me see if the next slide shows it. No. Let me try to, maybe way in the back. Where is that, Roberto? The diagram for the courtyard. Yeah, there it is. So I'll jump to there. So the courtyard in 832 actually is made up of varying fabric. So this is the original Skinner wall, 28. These two were done in the 40s. The remaining two, including the third garage bay, is 2001. So when this received its certificate of appropriateness, this square footage was not in the certificate.
And why didn't you fix that when you were working on the single-family home?
I tried.
Because the people don't do courtyards anymore because it's included in the FAR.
Yes. So
how unfortunate is that?
Yes. So the bad part of that story is that at one point in around 2008 or 7, someone built a courtyard house which was not counted in the FAR, and there was an uprising, and then the mayor at the time started counting courtyards as part of the FAR. Well, that discourages courtyards. I can't think of anything that's more Spanish in style, typology, and tradition than courtyards. So we now only count one floor. They used to count as if there were a ghost floor. That's a battle for another day, I guess. So my point is, this courtyard was not part of the certificate of appropriateness. The existing square footage of 832, when you gave it, or your predecessors gave it a certificate of appropriateness, was just under the FAR. Now that property is over the FAR. So we're asking the board to recognize that in a sense this is a legal non-compliant condition. But let me go back. So I don't need to belabor the point of the second floor. You can see them there. You know, they kind of dance. They dance. This is the second floor of 832, which is as it exists. This is the second floor of 836. The only difference is we added this bay so that this could become a bedroom. Otherwise, a bed wouldn't fit. The other second floor is over the garage, part of the carriage house. It sits way back on the lot. And this is the one-story kitchen. And the problem with the kitchen, I know there was a comment about the height of the kitchen. The tie beam is at 12 feet because it has to fit under certain parapets and over certain parapets. Otherwise, we're going to get a leak problem like the guy from the Chinese village got. So this is a sketch of I think the image was up there. This is a sketch of the aged George Fink original house on 836. The addition that was added here. And at the time that was done, the door was moved to the center, this window was gone, and all sorts of other bad stuff happened. This is a detail of what exists now. This is what we have found. There's the addition. Here, the door used to be here. Here's the door off center. The interior was completely redone. This door enters into a space between an entry hall and not. This is a plate glass window. In essence, this house has not seen a kind of nice life since about the 40s or so, or 80s. So we're demolishing this to be able to get back to this, which is the original massing. And while we're doing certain things, we're creating the wood bracket there, moving the door, doing this window in the manner that it was originally. We're not going to take the windows out of the front screen porch, but as close as we possibly can. And I think, as was mentioned, this is the carport that we're recommending putting a metal picket on. As much as we can, we're taking that back to the Fink original. So you get a restored front facade on the right-of-way. You get a facade. This is as it is now. This is as it is now. And this is as it is proposed. These arches do not mimic or ghost the original profiles. We are fine with the staff comment to do that. We're fine with most of the staff comments. The ones we're not in agreement with is this is a wall of a stair that goes from the backyard to that terrace. It's 86 feet back from the sidewalk. Elevations flatten things out. This is not visible. I know we're not supposed to count on landscape, but there's also a profuse planting of native planting that the apples have put in. But this is 86 feet back. The standard lot in Coral Gables is 100. It's not visible from the front right of way. The kitchen is here. You'd see it maybe through that door. It's 70 feet back from the right of way, but there are layers of architecture between the sidewalk and it, which was the purpose of the grate, which is to create another veil between the sidewalk and the facade of the kitchen. It's not an unsightly facade, but anyway. So this starts to answer some of the issues of the staff report. This is a twisted or two facade elevation. This looks awfully close, as I've already stated. This wall is there. It actually has a column here. It's always been that close. If you do that elevation in 1928 or 1926, you get the same drawing. Those houses are not any further apart now than they were 100 years ago, okay? But you do see the difference here, right? So we also made these drawings to sort of explain, the first one is kind of a throwaway. So if you get a force majeure and everything falls down, as it kind of did in October of 26, that's what the code allows you to build, right? In one lot. This is what the code allows you to build, and you can see the lines where the existing is, right? But this is what the code would allow you to build in two lots, two individual lots, and this is what we're asking. We're asking to have that same FAR in this one lot, but because of the way the existing historic houses are designed and connected, the massing of this is not much different than that, right? And this is better from the sidewalk, and it's a heck of a lot better than that. And then this is just an example of what happened to 836. So there's the original 836, that's the Fink. Then it grew like this, then it grew like that, and this is what we're doing to it. We're taking this down. There's a line showing that addition that we're removing to restore the Fink massing. We're tucking the two-story garage behind the 2 stories of the Fink, and this is a second-floor terrace with a stair leading down. So we can quickly go through some of these. I don't want to belabor it. I'm assuming you've read or studied carefully your report, and there's a lot of elevations, but if you want, just before I give up the mic for good, we can go through a couple of them. And certainly you can ask me questions along the way. So if you look at the bottom right, that's what is now at the bottom right. This is what we are proposing, and you can see this is what the 2 big additions are: this detached carriage house, let's call it, to the south, and that kitchen that's clipped onto the Fink and is an extrusion of the ground floor. That's 1 story. This is the 2-story portion of 832. So in terms of sculpting, the house sculpts as it is now. These are, again, things that, this is FAR calculations. This is the context shots. I'm sure you all know the context. You've seen this. This is the archaeology change. You've seen that. That's what exists. That's what exists on the 2nd floor. That's the roof plan. This is the drawing I was with before. I was over reviewing it with you before. And we've reviewed that. And I think we reviewed that, correct? Did we review it? Yes, we did. Okay. And so, you know, most of the elevations that lead to the front, this is what is, and I'll show you what will be soon. And we are accepting the original ghosting image. Although I must say, quite frankly, this one, the last one, oops, the dot went away. There it is. These are from the 40s. This is from 2001. It's asymmetrical to the mass, and this looks like it's going to crack. So if I had my way, I'd ghost it and center it, because that just looks like a mistake to me, and it always will. The only thing that saves it now is that the apples have planted a spectacular vine there that have covered all of this, and this, and this, and you can't see the quirkiness of the composition, okay? So that's the view from the front. As you can see, nothing changes here. These will be changed to do the segmental arch. I'd love to switch that. And then some of this north elevation, which is right against the southern property neighbor, has 1 window, doesn't have much here. I've spent a lot of time on boards hearing neighbors saying, I don't want them looking into my backyard. So that was an effort about that, okay? I'm happy to add more windows if the board wants to. Don't know if you'll have those people coming and then saying, why are they looking into my backyard? Anyway, the other one of interest, this is the other stair, and I'll show you before, that is flanking on the east side. This is the face that it is claimed that you'll see it from the front sidewalk. The front sidewalk is off the page here. You won't see that, okay? And then instead of it being solid mass, we carved this arch into it. I know this is a lot of drawings, but because there are a lot of courtyards and ins and outs, you have to draw every facet, and I apologize for the delay. So this is a drawing as if the carriage house were removed. This is the T-shaped kitchen. There's a pergola that connects it to this porch at the carriage house, and that height is a little higher than that 2nd floor, but I think generally compositionally as heights go, and because of the necessity to connect to a number of flat roofs around it. And then the stair on the east side that we were just looking at, it's pulled away from here to make construction easier. We don't want this wall and its footing to rest on that existing wall, the footer of which I don't know if it's been designed to hold that capacity. So we separated it and created a void, which also makes it lighter. There's one more facade. I don't want to. So this is the facade of the carriage house as it looks into the garden, which I personally think is quite pretty. There's the stair that goes up, and this is the terrace, that the 2 bedrooms, and there's a little sitting area here between them. And this is the facade that looks north. So the kitchen's close by here. Here's where the pergola links. And again, this is kind of a sort of asymmetrical, in Mediterranean design, switch from formal to picturesque, formal to picturesque, formal to picturesque. These are, views of the courtyards. I think the last thing I'd like to say is, the interesting thing is that the district has a varied architecture. It goes from the 20s to, I think, the 50s in terms of the contributing structures. What's interesting about these 2 houses, one is 25 and the other one is 28, is even though they both fall in the Mediterranean period, as most of you know, because that net cast over the Mediterranean was cast very widely, right? The examples come from Spain and Italy, sometimes from the French Riviera, historically, I mean. So you see different ways of inflecting Mediterranean. So the George Fink house was more of a mission style interpretation, and it has primarily flat roofs with the gabled or tiled roof used sparingly, not uncommon in the 20s, right? The Skinner house is the opposite. It's more classicizing and originally had primarily pitched roofs. So even the houses themselves, although it's subtle, the nuance is subtle, they are both good examples of Mediterranean and great examples of the variety, the complementary variety that you can get into the Mediterranean style. So I'd just like to close by saying that, we've been talking about change all evening. The gentleman with the tile roof talked about change. I once lectured in the museum, and I realized that, I just realized I forgot to mention I was the founder of the Friends of Miami Marine Stadium. Sorry. But at the time, we manage change. You manage change. That's what you do, right? That's what we do who are in the practice. Some of you are in the practice. Other of you are sitting in service. We manage change, and we manage change for one reason, which is to allow historic things to continue to live. We don't believe in pickling things. I don't, anyway, which is why I think you can interpret your way through the problem of, is this one property or 2 properties? Is it one contributing and one landmark? Is it 2 contributings and one? You can interpret. Interpretation is a big part of historic preservation because it's its educational arm. And after all, we are historians of the physical world and of the narrative that supports that physical world. When I first went to Virginia, most of the interpretations of colonial Williamsburg was about the import 18th century blue and white pottery and china and tableware. That's when I got there. When I left there, 7 years later, it was about the enslaved people, right? That was a dramatic, and we're talking 36 years ago, that was a dramatic change in interpretation, which you can do. In fact, universities do that. We help rewrite and make current reports. And your staff writes wonderful reports here. So I think you can interpret the explanation of what history has done here rather than try to fit it in a box. What will not fit in the small box behind my ears is how a 1926 house and a 1928 house of that quality and that present in the sidewalk can be erased as a contributing structure in that district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Mr. Chair, I'll have some more remarks and then we will conclude our presentation. In their memo, city staff lists a series of policy concerns. One of them is the concern with what precedent this will establish. This flies in the face of how this board is supposed to review applications, which should be on a case-by-case basis without regard as to how theoretically this case might be utilized in other unforeseen future circumstances. You should only be addressing and discussing if this is the right thing to do for this property. Could also ask your city attorney for his opinion on that issue. I think he will agree with me. If we want to discuss precedent, let's look at the instances where historic properties have been consolidated successfully, such as in Miami Beach, as reported to us by Debbie Tackett, that city's historic preservation officer and a former member of this board. I'll read from an email which she forwarded to us, which we have provided to city staff and will provide here for the record. We had a similar situation a couple years ago. The owners of 1225 Lenox Avenue in the Flamingo Park Historic District purchased the neighboring property located at 1235 Lenox and combined the properties into one single-family site. Each lot contains a contributing building. 1225 Lenox, the owner's main residence, is a beautiful two-story home designed by Henry Hohauser and constructed in 1937. The adjacent lot, 1235 Lenox Avenue, contains a smaller one-story home constructed in 1936 and designed by Albert Annis. Unfortunately, over the years, the original Albert Annis designed home was inappropriately altered, including multiple additions, and the property owner was considering moving forward with an application for total demolition. After a good amount of discussion, the property owner agreed to remove the later additions and retain and restore the Albert Annis design to be used as an accessory guest house to the main home. From my perspective, this was an extremely successful historic preservation project. Had the 1235 Lenox Avenue property been sold to a new owner as a single lot, he would likely have received an application for total demolition or a large new addition given the property value and today's living standards. I believe the restoration of the guest house is currently under construction. Below are photos of both structures prior to the recent construction project. Additionally, the city's Historic Preservation Board has approved many commercial multifamily and hotel projects that combined 2 or more properties. The Betsy Carlton Hotel project located at 1440 Ocean Drive and 1433 Collins includes one property fronting on Ocean Drive and another fronting on Collins. The city approved the introduction of a pedestrian bridge over the alley connecting both properties. This project, designed by Alan Schulman, has been extremely well received by the preservation community in Miami Beach and is often referenced as a model for future projects. Another project that comes to mind is 1560 and 1570 Euclid Avenue. The combined property includes 2 low-scale contributing multifamily residential properties and includes a new addition at the rear. Combining historic properties happens often and helps to further the cause of historic preservation, which is why staff's second policy assertion that the connection of these buildings will result in the loss of their historic value or contributing or landmark status is also not supported by the facts. The Secretary of the Interior standards specifically provide criteria by which historic buildings can be added to, and if there are requirements, if these requirements are complied with, the building or buildings maintain their historic status and integrity. George, since you have a little bit of experience with the Secretary of Interior standards, if you could maybe just elaborate further on how additions can still.
I will, but first, just remember we have letters of support by the neighbors.
Correct.
No one has, well, you have the third one.
Right.
Yeah, so our eastern, western, and southern neighbor have written letters of support. I think all 3 of them are in the file. And they've reviewed, it isn't that they just walked up, they've reviewed, I hope they're in the file, but they were emailed.
Correct.
They reviewed the plans very carefully.
I don't remember them, but
So we, Warren, could you testify that those letters of support were? Okay, perfect. So the eastern, western, and southern neighbor have given us letters of support. And the variances were explained to them. It's not like, look at the pretty pictures. It's not just like that. So, and the reasons why, and so on and so forth. So I'm kind of preaching to the choir. I think they know what the Secretary of Interior standards is. The standards are not technical nor prescriptive, and I can go on, but essentially, as you know, additions are supposed to be in the rear or very delicately connected to. They're supposed to be distinguishable and distinct. They're not supposed to out-scream the historic property. And there are many cases, wonderfully, when additions themselves then became historic, right? Which is what one hopes in time. But yes, one can add, as you know, this is what you do here. You manage change. One can add. The whole point that it has to be sensitive. It has to be nuanced. It has to be appropriate contextually without creating some sense of confusion as to what is old and what is new.
Thank you, George. Again, it is our position that these precedent and policy-type considerations, which are not mentioned in the code, have no place in your review to begin with, but we also think that the concerns are wrongly placed and not appropriate in this case. Lastly, on their analysis of the variance request, staff feels that we are not in a unique circumstance, that the hardship is of my client's own making, and that the variances requested are not appropriate for the continued preservation of these buildings. We disagree and submit that having two historic homes so close together and complementary in style, but with one being much smaller in scale and impractical to utilize as a house by today's standards, is a special condition and circumstance. Additionally, the fact that those homes are historic and configured in the way that they are is not a result of my client's actions. They're trying to do the right thing here and to utilize the floor area to which both properties are entitled separately and to distribute it across the combined lots so that both buildings, remind everyone that both buildings are to a great extent distinct and kept separate except for the connection in the rear, can be improved but kept at an appropriate scale with their historic fabric intact and with 836 Alhambra returning close to its original form. Furthermore, I can assure you that keeping these buildings at the proposed scale is far better and appropriate for their preservation. Otherwise, having them maximize their FAR separately would not result in a result that is equally as good for preservation. Members of the board, the Apples are trying to do what is right here and build themselves the home that they want and need and have worked hard to earn, while at the same time modifying each building so as to retain and enhance historic value, and importantly, by making each building part of a greater whole, ensuring that they remain two separate buildings from the street, and ensuring their economic incentive will be there to maintain and preserve each building well into the future. As George mentioned, we have support from both neighbors on each side, to the east and the west, and one of the backdoor neighbors. Warren has those letters, which if you want can be read into the record. We would reserve some time for rebuttal if necessary, and would ask that you approve this proposal before you as an innovative way of addressing historic preservation in this unique circumstance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Warren?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. It's been said a few times that we manage change, that the Historic Preservation Board expects things to change. What we manage is appropriate change. We make sure that work is done appropriately and that the work meets the Secretary of the Interior standards. It's also interesting to note that there is demolition of an addition on one property to build another addition, but no demolition of later additions to the other property to restore that one. So it could be argued that while there is an element of restoration, it's to make way for another new addition. Not that staff has anything against that, but, you know, one property is effectively being restored. The other one with the 2001 edition, that's not being removed. The other things I want to look at is, I think when Mr. Gonzalez was up here, he mentioned that whether this is one property or two properties or one contributing structure, he called it a problem. It is a problem. He said it's going to be open for interpretation. Well, the ultimate interpretation is going to be done by you guys, because the code specifically states that when you designate a property, boundaries for individual historic sites shall generally include the entire property or tract of land. We cannot get away from the fact that when these properties are combined, we are going to have to review the individual designation application again and the contributing status of these properties. This is going to come to you for your final recommendation. So it may be a problem and it may be open to interpretation, but that's ultimately going to be up to this board. It's going to be potentially your problem and your interpretation to determine how this is going to move forward. I struggle to see how one site with one building can be two contributing sites, though. I don't know anywhere else that's been done. Much mention was made of Miami Beach. You know, why don't we start pulling examples from Miami? Why don't we start pulling examples from the Carolinas? There was no examples from Coral Gables, quite simply because this hasn't been done before. So this is going to be the first one. You know, if it's such a common thing, why has it not been done here before? That would be my question. But this is Coral Gables, it's not Miami Beach. The other thing that was brought up was, you know, we were reviewing things earlier like roof tiles and discussing them in depth, and windows and discussing them in depth, yet we're considering joining two individual historic properties into one site. I'd suggest that if we focus so much on the small things, we really need to focus on the big things, especially the big things that could lead to further changes down the road. Although I'm more than happy and more than willing for you to consider this on its own. Let's not think about any precedents. Let's not think about any future applications. Let's look at this specific application and determine if this is right. Now, the only other thing I want to point out, the Secretary of the Interior's standards were discussed and mentioned directly from the National Park Service website. The standards pertain to historic buildings of all materials, construction types, sizes and occupancy, and encompass the exterior and the interior, related landscape features, and the building site and environment. This is spelled out on the National Park Service website. Criteria number 3 states each property shall be recognised as a physical record of its time, place and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. If there's a concern over adding elements, should there not be a major concern over adding entire new other buildings? I would suggest there is. Criteria number 9 states, new additions, exterior alterations or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterise the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. George actually mentioned something that I had written some notes down on prior to this. Even though the two buildings do fall under Mediterranean Revival, they're different. If you look at drawing A-31A, where you can see the front elevations of both property, firstly, additions should be secondary to the historic building. Both of these are prominent. Secondly, an addition should be set back. Both these properties have almost the same setback. And let's look at the individual architectural features. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the architectural features. When you look at when you look at the two buildings, there's a difference in chimney height, there's a difference in roof style, there's a difference in the rhythm of doors and windows with width and height. There's a difference in architectural features. 832 has a string course and roundels, decorative door muntins. It's an arched door. There's side panels. 836 has a different architectural styles on the window surrounds. It's got a canopy. There's exposed rafters on 832. So when you look at the two of them, they've got very distinct features. So I would argue that if this came forward to you as a proposed addition to a historic house, these are the very things you would point out. Scale it down, push it back, make the windows heights the same, make the window widths consistent, put in small features that allow you to differentiate the new addition from the original building. So I'd suggest that this does not meet criteria 3 and it does not meet criteria 9 of the Secretary of the Interior standards, which is what this board is guided by. So as I said, this is not an easy one. It's not happened in Coral Gables before. The final decision is going to come to you. No one has explained to me how potentially one site, one building can be classed as two contributing sites, and why one building, the individually designated property, if you look at the designation report One of the reasons it was designated, it is an outstanding work of a prominent designer or builder. You join the two of them together, you've got a work of 3, possibly 4 or more individual architects. So, as I said, ultimately this decision is going to come back to you, so it's a difficult decision to make. The question really is it appropriate to join 2 historic properties together in Coral Gables? And I think that's important as well. There are 2 letters of support that I have received. Do you want me to read them into the record? Or just accept that we have them from Juana M. Suarez from 900 Alhambra Circle, and David Coulson and Jean Coulson, 820 Alhambra Circle, and I believe I also received a text from Christina Davis, who I believe is behind the properties, and she's in support of it as well.
Okay. Any questions? Comments?
It might be interesting to hear those letters if they're not too long, just to see the depth of their understanding of what is happening.
Dear Mr. Adams, we reside at 900 Alhambra Circle, next door to Mr. and Mrs. Apple at 832 and 836 Alhambra Circle. We are writing to express our support of the proposed certificate of appropriateness and corresponding variances to permit additional floor area ratio and to reduce the required landscaping requirement to allow the construction of an addition connecting the existing single-family homes at the back of the property. We look forward to the completion of this project and feel that it is in keeping with the neighbourhood's character. That's from Juana M. Suarez and Giovanna M. Suarez. The other one is, Dear Mr. Adams, is the next door neighbour to 832 and 836 Alhambra Circle. Residing at 820 Alhambra Circle, we are writing to express our support of the proposed certificate of appropriateness and corresponding variances to allow additional floor area ratio and to reduce the required landscaping requirement in an effort to accommodate the construction of an addition, unifying the existing single-family homes at the back of the property. We are looking forward to the completion of the renovations at 832 and 836 Alhambra Circle and feel that they are in keeping with the neighbourhood's character. That's David and Jean Coulson. And the email I received, Hi Mario, thank you for letting us know about this. We looked over the plans and we are happy to support the Apples in their reconstruction combination of properties. All my best, Christie. There's no address there. And you do have the letter from the Historic Preservation Association. I believe they are not in favour of this project.
Thank you.
For the record, that last email of support was from Christina and Charles Davis at 901 North Greenway on the back, one of the backdoor neighbors to this property. We'll have a few minutes of rebuttal, both George and myself. I think what I could most simply state is that the city has historically looked at innovative ways to try to embrace historic preservation. This is what we're proposing today. The Apples are in a situation right now that they do have 2 historic homes, which they need to preserve, they need to work around, and they need to make sense for them and for this market that exists today. Think of the parade of horribles that could potentially happen if we were to just say, okay, fine, sell off one property. The potential for an overbearing addition to be built on either one of those properties, as opposed to the more tasteful addition that I propose is happening here in the rear. And still keeping these 2 separate buildings for the most part, except for that one connection in the rear 70 feet back. It is a way really to get the historic preservation goal that this city wants to achieve in a way that makes this property and both buildings viable for a long-term future. With that said, George, I know you wanted to say a few other things.
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, just to clarify, I was arguing the point that the 2 structures are different. I didn't say that 832 and 836 were, I know they're Mediterranean, I didn't say they were the same. You know, I said one was mission style and had primarily flat roofs. The other has primarily tiled roofs and is more classicizing. I think I was making the point you were making. They are different, right? But the one point that I think I never made I don't understand why 832 has to be fitted into a box of being 836's addition, or 832 or 836 has to be fitted into a box of being 832's addition. That's not what has happened historically. We can't go back and try to apply the Secretary of the Interior standards for an addition to two houses that were not additions of one another. That's what I mean when I say interpretation can solve that problem, because you just write the history as it's happening. And you state in June of 2022, these two sites were joined, which the code allows, doesn't have to go to any board to join two sites, and an addition was planned for the joined property. The addition meets Secretary of the Interior standards and was an example of how two sites could be joined and continue to be viable as a property. In fact, Warren, on the day we were at the Board of Architects that you weren't present because you had had an accident and you were kind enough to call in, you said to the Board of Architects, I think this meets the addition meets the Secretary of the Interior standards. And you were talking about the additions we made, correct?
I believe I said in my report that the addition meets the Secretary of the Interior standards. It is not the new connecting piece that is in question. It's the concept of joining two historic properties together that is.
Yeah, that's fine. So the fact of the matter is, we're not trying to make one of the two historic homes subordinate or in addition to the other one. We're trying to tell history as it is. These were two individual houses. One person purchased both of them. He's trying to save them both and make the most sensitive addition. The only reason that more demolition is proposed for 836 than it is for 832 is that the additions in 836 have defaced that property. And we're trying to go back to the original, as much as possible, the original Fink massing and the front facade. Yes, it's never happened here before. It doesn't mean that we can't establish best practices. This is your task now. You're tasked with figuring that out for us. But it also doesn't mean that it hasn't happened across time or elsewhere. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, may I ask a question of Mr. Hernandez?
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Garcia Ponce and Warren. If this joiner, Sarah, I'm sorry, excuse me, Garcia Sarah, I know well. That was a complete slip of tongue. Sorry.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Do we all go up?
So if there is a joinder, okay?
What?
If there is a joinder of these properties, okay, then what happens in terms of physical address, taxes? Is it going to be bound together as one entity? Or are they going to still remain in Dade County records and be taxed as two separate? They can't be because it's being joined by a unifying.
Yes.
So is it going to be 836? Is it going to be 832? What
That's
happens?
the easiest question to answer. I can answer that one. I'm letting the attorney answer the tax question. I think that both addresses should stay on both facades.
Okay.
Okay,
I was
why?
thinking about that
Because
as
when you
well,
walk
but-
through the sidewalk,
Yeah.
if the addition is finessed, you will primarily read, oh, these are two houses. And if you have a slightly discerning eye, you'll say, oh, these were two houses. How interesting. They were two houses. They must have been joined, but I can see them. They're clearly two houses. That's what I think should happen. Because that's what we try to make happen.
I'm not sure if your question was over the legal address or the fact that you leave two individual numbers on the front of a property.
Both, actually. Yeah.
And the process by which it would be done would be a unity of title, which is done fairly common here in the city.
Sorry?
The process by which it would be done formally would be a unity of title,
Yeah, which is
document that you put in the public records.
So they would calculate, it has nothing to do really with the discussions of this. It's nothing- I'm sorry, as far as the taxing, I mean, the only complicating thing is that you've now got, you will also have a unit that attaches the two in the rear. So, you know,
Right, I know that it'll result in a reassessment of the value of the property, which is going to incorporate also any new construction that was done.
I see.
So, I mean, in all seriousness, it
Yeah.
will legally be one
One.
unit, but the point is that that one unit
Right.
will carry the history, will bear the history that it was once two. And the fabric of those two houses are being preserved and in some cases restored. So we haven't lost the beauty of the street. We will not have lost the beauty of that street.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so when I was reading this staff report, I have to say I was surprised that there would be a problem with joining two properties in a historic district. I know that we've never done that before, although Kara, refresh my memory with Claude Pepper House. I realized, I think it was an empty lot next to it, or what happened there? Because was that already a district? See, she has a much better memory than I do.
It was a non-contributing residence in the district. It was a 1950s, 60s ranch house.
On the additional lot, it was non-contributing.
So they
and
purchased.
Demolished it.
Yes.
And then did an addition to a historic home.
Yes.
So what happened to the designation on that? Was that did it remain only on the original lot? And that the addition just went on to a non-contributing lot and it just stayed? We didn't redo, I think that was done when I was in another department, unless I'm totally losing my mind.
Now taxed my memory. I don't remember
But
what we did.
I don't think the designation was altered to then include that lot as part of the historic site. Maybe that was just an oversight, but I think they remained, and it's not really analogous, but it's a.
I don't know the answer to that, what we did.
Right, I was just curious. I don't understand why it couldn't remain as it is, with a contributing and a non-contributing, and they're joined in the back. I think as long as you're able to meet the Secretary of Interior standards with the addition, then it shouldn't have an impact on the designation. I might be wrong on that. I know we haven't done it, but I certainly would not want to lose either of these in the district as designated homes, and I don't think it's necessary to. The variances are something different, in my view, and we need to talk about them.
But the code does say that boundaries for individual historic sites shall generally include the entire property or tract of land. So
Right.
you have to look at the designation if you amend it. Just the same as if you amended the boundary of a historic district, you would have to look at it
Well, I
again.
know we did on the museum.
Yeah.
When George did the addition to the museum, we went back and included that addition as a part of the historic site. But these are already designated, so I don't know. I have to think about it, because I don't know that you would need to change the boundary of either of them. I'm thinking out loud. I'm not sure. Now, I have an issue with both of the variances, so you need to walk me through it, because if I'm understanding it, if these were two empty lots, forget that there's historic houses on them that's muddling all this stuff up, and you were building one home on two lots, then you would be able to build 9,025?
Should I go up?
Yes.
Yeah, we had that little diagram, maybe it
Yeah.
wasn't too
No,
effective.
I
But yeah.
get it. I was in
Yeah.
charge
So
of
if it were
zoning at some
two,
point.
if it were one lot,
Right.
or as I said, if a force majeure had knocked both
Right.
historic houses off, the code would only allow you to build 9,000, whatever that number is.
And if, he lives in 832, and if it was an empty lot, and he did an addition, it would only be 9,025
That's correct.
as a maximum.
Yes.
So I'm not sure why you should get 10,130.
So what we're saying, I'm sorry. Oh, so we're asking for the
I
amount
understand, you're asking for it to be.
for both.
For both.
Yes.
Because I know that in the past, when we've done lot separations
Mm-hmm.
on historic properties, when it gets to the commission, because they're always apprehensive about that, although I think lot separations are fine. But the applicant, the owner of the property, would agree to limit the FAR of those two properties to what they would be if it was one property.
Right, right.
Because
And separations, as you said, are difficult to do. Unities are easy to do.
totally.
Yes,
You didn't
yeah.
have to come here to do one.
Right.
It's only the addition that's kicking this in.
Right. As Mario mentioned, the configuration of the two historic houses, it wasn't easy to work that out in that way.
I'm sure it wasn't. And your
Yeah.
plan is beautiful, by the way.
Thank you. So what we're saying is because the one they own, 832, is very well maintained and they're good stewards, they're buying the one next to it. They're investing a good amount of money to make both of them viable for a long time. And they're diminishing a lot of the square footage in 832 only to restore it closer to the original. And because they appear, and hopefully will forever appear from the sidewalk as two houses, as a way to help the project, we're requesting that you think of the lots as being two, or numerically, as two separate lots for FAR. That's the
Yeah,
ask.
you don't have me on that.
Well,
I think possibly the whole idea of the courtyard, the, whatever that is, the
yes,
square
yeah, the square footage of the
of the
courtyard.
courtyard,
Yes,
I'm comfortable now counting that on a historic home, because it just shouldn't be.
you're absolutely right. Yeah.
But anything in addition to that, I have an issue with, because you're such a good designer. You could easily design something that's fabulous and keep within the 9,025.
Yes, the question as to whether the property works or not is a separate issue.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got that. Now, as far as the open space, it's my understanding that the front of the property
Yes,
is now going to have more open space.
yes,
And so that's always been a huge concern at the commission. I remember Chip Withers, when he was a commissioner,
Yes.
wanting to make a certain percentage be in front, and that's when that went into the code.
yeah, it's 40% for the entire property, 20% of which must be in the front.
Right.
So,
So you're doing the 20% in
We're
front,
getting the
where it
fr-
isn't now.
yes, right now it's deficient in the overall and it's deficient in the front. We're able to deliver deficiency in the front, which is hard to do, right? But we can't make the overall number work. In either case, we're improving from what exists now, we're improving both conditions. We're improving right now it's deficient. We're making the overall less
It's
deficient.
legally non-conforming now,
Yes.
and you're
we're-
making it less legally non-conforming.
Exactly.
In
And we're-
both the front and the back.
and the back, and we're making the front percentage legally conforming.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
okay.
Okay.
I don't know if now would be the right moment, but at some point, we can bring up some graphics to talk more about the courtyard sort of penalty that we have in the project, as well as the limitations that we have working around the historic buildings, which we think justify the FAR.
Let me get to anyone in the audience who'd like to speak in favor of this case. Okay, in favor or? Okay, anybody in the audience who would like to speak in opposition? Let the person in, Nancy.
Yes, hi, this is Karelia. Can you all hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, I am. I understand that as president of the Historic Preservation Association, we are opposing the adjoining of these properties. Please keep in mind this is a huge, huge precedent. These properties are individual and they're unique and they're landmarks. And the whole point of the preservation of the properties is to preserve them in situ in its original state. That is what preservation is. I understand it's a lot of creative way of somehow managing this, but these are two distinct properties, and I really urge the board to make that commitment to keep these properties in their original state, because of the fact that this will then, it's like adjoining two lots, basically, which has always been an issue here in Coral Gables, and we've always been opposed to that. So please, I understand that it's very it's a great presentation, and there's nothing to say about the actual design, but if we were talking about other properties, then that's I would still I believe we would still not be in favor of adjoining the properties, but these are two distinct properties. These are two historic properties that are landmarks in a historic district. So it's absolutely a precedent, and I commend Mr. Warren Adams for so eloquently, making the case that this is not something that the Office of Historic Preservations will support. So please, I really urge the board to consider this is a monumental proposition, and not to take away from the architect, but this is a monumental proposition for the historic properties. And I really urge that they stay separate and distinct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This will close the public portion hearing of the meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I could just rebut those particular objections that were raised. The code allows the unifying of two lots. If property owner owns two lots. Is it better now, maybe? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Nope. Hello? How about over here? Perhaps it had to do with, wait, now is this working?
No.
No. Okay, now you can hear me? For sure? Okay.
All right.
Property owner can unify two lots. What we're talking about here, again, is the physical connection between the two buildings, which is what you're reviewing. And again, the mention of what precedent this could potentially create is not fair. It's not fair to the applicant. This application has to be judged by its own merits. We shouldn't be theoretically looking at what consequence it might have at some unforeseen circumstance in the future, which we have no idea whether it's going to happen or not. And on that point, I would just ask the Assistant City Attorney to perhaps provide some insight also too on whether that could be considered or not.
So the topic of precedent has been discussed multiple times today. This board reviews every item on a case-by-case basis. This board, and I could say that for most boards in the city, is in no way bound by any previous action of the board. And that goes from this board all the way to the City Commission. What the City Commission, this board approves on one day, does not in any way bound you to vote the exact same way the next day. If anyone has any questions, I'm here to answer.
Okay. Ms. Rolando?
I have a number of questions, and I guess, George, I'd start with it seems like through the year, oh, by the way, in the interest of complete disclosure, I live half a block from this, so this
you know
property.
it well.
I drive by it every day.
Okay.
And I agree that on the Fink house, that the addition is unfortunate at best. And it seems as if what you're trying to do too is keep the scale as it fronts on Alhambra Circle the same. And that traditionally on Alhambra Circle has been a huge issue for the neighbors. The disparagement of McMansion is a very hot issue. And there's been several homes on the other side of Granada where those kinds of dispersions have been cast. So I am sensitive to the issues with scale. And I'm concerned too about, are these reading separately from the street? And I think that's also a concern of the board. So I'm interested in what you're doing, the way the porte-cochere on the Fink house. You had said on the plans it looks like a garage door of some sort, but you said great. So can you talk to me a little bit about what you're doing there?
So actually the scale actually is diminished by the removal of the addition west of the Fink and the movement of that mass towards the southern back property, right? But because the kitchen is added at the back line of the Fink property, because it's clipped right to the back corner and 70 feet back from the sidewalk, we see the porte-cochere as an effective foil, right? Managing the scale of the kitchen. Now, the tie beam of the kitchen is 12 feet high. Okay. The porte-cochere has a flat roof parapet, which is about 11 feet high and is in advance of it. So already the porte-cochere manages the scale of the kitchen behind it. And then we were suggesting a grillage, like a metal grillage, which would be another veil, right? Veiling the link, which is the kitchen, the hyphen, which is the kitchen between the two properties.
Okay, and you're doing some kind of a wing wall there, or?
Yes, that's very, so there is a volute on the Fink house so there's a little wing wall already on the Fink house that has an interesting kind of curved profile and goes virtually to the ground. It's very planted between the two of them, and the survey didn't pick up that the Skinner house also has an existing wall there. So I thought we would need to close that, but we don't. It's closed. Okay. So the Skinner house has a 4-foot wall that ends in a pier, and the Fink house has a volute. Those two properties touch. They're low walls, and so the change I made on the record today is we have what we want. It's always been there. So we're grateful for that.
And frankly, when I've never been an enthusiast of garages fronting on the street. To me, it looks too production home kind of architecture, so, or lack thereof. So I don't have a problem with, and frankly, I think the way the existing home disguises it with vines and landscaping softens it. So I don't have a problem with your treatment of, or your modification to eliminate the garage openings. I am resistant to the variance on the FAR. And I think the garage in the back is a little massive, but I understand what you're doing and why, but I'm trying to think of another home on Alhambra Circle that has a 4-car garage.
There's one in construction now, but that's totally visible from Alhambra. I'm sure you know it. It's just up the street towards Lejeune. This is very different. So the top of parapet of the Fink house is 1 foot higher than the top of tie beam in the carriage house. The carriage house is a foot lower, and obviously it's behind the Fink house. And not only behind, it's tucked well behind. In other words, it's, if you're doing an elevation, you wouldn't see it, which is why it didn't appear in the drawings from Alhambra.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if there are any other questions.
Before you leave,
Yes.
I'd be just interested in hearing how you intend to show these houses as separate buildings in color, texture, material, so forth.
They have different textures already, and they have different colors. I don't think one of them is the color we would like to keep. So the honest answer is we would love to have the opportunity to work with staff on that.
Yeah. It just matters, it seems like if you paint them both the same color, it's going to kind of defeat your purpose of, so I think that was something important to me. And I like the indication of the 3 arches rather than 3 faux memories of garages.
Right, we're going to push, the silhouette will change because that was requested as a comment requested from staff. But they're being pushed back a whole 8 inches, so there'll be some real relief.
Yeah.
It's not an inch.
The other thing I think in trying to visualize this in the future in a different perspective, and that would be that if one house, if 836 were to be sold separately and added to and modified by the elimination of the element that doesn't belong, and it would be added to it, it'd probably be a larger house with more building on the site, and it would appear no further away from the existing house, 8832. And I think we just end up with something much less desirable and more uncomfortable, or more building that we need. And I think that same thing would happen on the Apple House, the Skinner's site.
Yeah, those 2 houses have been 8 feet apart for 100 years.
Right. And anything that, if somebody bought one or the other or both, I mean, they would want to do something separate to each one of them.
Sure.
I think you'd end up with more construction, more area, more building in that area than would present itself in the situation you're suggesting. So,
I mean, the truth of the matter is that having one canvas, so we're talking about unity in the legal aspect versus the physical perception of 2, so the legal aspect of 1 and the physical perception of 2, so that history is still read accurately, right? The truth is that having one canvas allows the sculpting to happen in a way that is more beneficial to the historic homes. We can tuck the carriage house fully behind the Fink house, even though we're creating a much larger side yard. We can tuck that, we can, so it was beneficial, and now it's beneficial to keep the image of 2 houses.
another thing that is kind of concerning is the requirement of our code that we have one front door on each house.
Yes.
Facing the street. In this case, we'll have 2.
Yes.
And I wonder how you're going to manage that second.
Well, we'll have to ask you for a variance for that.
Well, I understand.
It's an absurdity in the code
Yeah.
because most of the historic houses in the French Village, for example, don't abide by that, and not to mention the Chinese Village. But I think for the sake of the physical reading of 2, we're restoring the original Fink front door, and we're keeping the original front door in 832. So that is, I mean, maybe it's an interesting exercise, is not to make the things that we think are going to make it look like one, but let's make a list of the things that we now realize, oh, they're reading as two.
And was this reviewed by zoning?
Yes, it was.
And did they flag that as a concern? that
They
there were
missed
two-
it.
Well, there you go.
Well, it's a concern on how you're going to, how the users are going to physically answer two doors when the political people start banging on the doors.
Yeah.
Asking for your vote.
They'll hide behind both of them if it's the political people.
Amazon's going to have a field day.
They'll give the address of where they want the package to be dropped off. Thank you. I'm happy to answer other questions if
Mr.
there are.
Dillon?
I just have a question more, I think, for Kara staff and Donna ex-staff, because do you remember the house at 501 Alhambra and 511, the Bill Bond's house?
Yes.
Isn't that one two houses that were,
That's
That's the one
Claude
I was
Pepper's
referring to.
old
That was
house.
Claude Pepper's old house. That's the one I was referring to.
Oh, okay. Because I've been to that house. It came
That
on-
was
it came on
Claude
nice.
Pepper's old house. And they demolished a house that was a non-contributing house.
In between
And
them.
then built an addition.
Got it.
There was also a home in the French Country Village where it was opposite. But it did not have a unity of title. So the gentleman that owned the historic home just sold off the lot.
Oh, sold off
And then
the
they,
parcel.
and they built another whole
I
house there.
know that house.
Yeah,
I
me
know
too.
that the ununified parcel faced south.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful house.
Ms. Bakovic, anything?
No other questions?
I probably would echo Mr. Bulletin's comments. Yeah, I think I would echo Mr. Fullerton's comments on the facade and the scale being reduced. The impact to the streetscape is reduced, and then you're preserving back the original, as much as possible, Fink house. I think the discrete unification of the house in the rear is an appropriate way to solve it. I think this is like the perfect design problem, like that you would get at school, where they would say, how do you unify two historic homes and not destroy, the fabric? So, I mean, in just looking at it from that perspective, I think it's a great solution that's before us. So, yeah.
Mr. Maxwell?
For the attorney, does this require 4 motions?
3.
Does this require 4 motions
No, 3, I believe.
or 3?
Does this require what?
How many motions does it require?
Oh, motions, it should be 1 for each variance and 1 for the approval of the COA.
Can't hear what's being said.
Can't hear. Any other questions? Any motions?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the proposal to unify the 2 single-family properties into 1 parcel and to deny the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness. If a second and third motions are second and third motions required in this absence, or can they all be bundled?
Well, no, but if the motion fails on this particular item, the other 2 are moot.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
No second.
Do I have
Fails
it?
for lack of a second?
Hmm?
Does that fail for lack of a second?
I believe so. Do I have another motion?
You do. I'll move approval. I'm really bad at this, you guys. You know that. Yeah.
I move for, or let me propose something
Please,
for you
please
to
do.
consider moving. Move to approve the proposal to unify the 2 single-family properties into 1 parcel. Now, I don't want to move for approval of the design because I think that depends on whether we vote to approve a variance or not. So,
with staff conditions that were read earlier.
well, it seems to me the design depends on whether the variances are granted. So if the variances are granted, then you can skip back.
The design first, you need to unify before you do anything.
Well, isn't the concept really first approving the unification of two historic properties? Then the design only works if, as proposed, is if the variances are granted. So if the variances aren't granted, then the design would need modification.
You could approve the design on the condition that the variances are granted. And if the variances are not granted, then I assume they could take another motion to approve the COA application. However, it must be redesigned to not require the variances. Would
If
that
the
work?
concern is the variances, you may want to deliberate and make a motion on the variances first, and then you know what your COA is going to look like.
Okay, but I think we can vote on the proposal to unify two adjacent properties and just not mention the certificate of appropriateness.
Yes, okay.
Did you get a second? Did you make a motion?
Well, I think I'm redrafting the motion.
I'll second my motion.
Okay, so the motion would be to approve the unification of two historic properties, the 832 and the 836 Alhambra.
I'll second that. Yeah.
And Mr. Fullerton seconds.
Ms. McAbee?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Aaron
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
Motion passes.
What do we have to do?
Mr. Chair, if I may, just on behalf of my client, if there could be discussion on each of these motions, sort of as a building block, we've defined one thing, now maybe we talk about the others to see if there's an ability to
Well,
reach.
we've already finished the public portion. I mean, we're now
Understood?
trying to get
There could
through
be-
this. Do I have a motion for the certificate of appropriateness?
Doesn't that depend on the design, though?
You don't think so? I'll do
think so.
whatever.
How about the variances?
Why don't we just go to right to the variances?
Right.
I don't know.
Well, then what do you do with the certificate of appropriateness?
Then at the very end, you
You need to deal with the
can,
certificate of appropriateness first, don't you? In other words, what is being proposed is appropriate, and then where you go with the variances?
sure, we can do that.
Okay.
I would do the variances first, as you said, and if the variances are denied, technically you could still approve the COA in the condition that it was redesigned to meet the current zoning requirements. It would then be your decision as to whether that would have to come back to you or whether staff could do it. So I would do the variances first because that's going to dictate the design.
I'd like to make a motion to approve a variance to allow the single-family residential property to provide approximately 33.5%, approximately 8,785 square feet, landscape open space in the area of the building site versus single-family residential property shall provide landscape open space of not less than 40% of the area of the building site, 10,500 square feet, as required by Section 2-101D7 of the Coral Gables zoning code.
Second.
I'm doing the
You're doing the
landscape open space.
Okay, I'm sorry, wait a minute, I didn't fully hear you.
My motion is to approve the landscape open space variance request.
Okay.
D7. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Rolando seconds.
Yes.
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 Now, that means that they have to come up with more open space, don't they?
What they have now is what I'm approving. The motion was to approve what they've
Okay.
drawn
I thought you
as
went
far
back
as
to the
open
real
space.
code.
Yeah. Because it's better than it is now. I mean, my reasoning was they're getting more open space. It's an improvement over what they have now.
So it's strictly by the code, it's not what they're asking for.
No, it's what they're asking for.
Okay.
Do we have a motion for D6? Anyone?
Well, I'll take my negative a little further this time, and I'll move to deny. I'll move to deny the variance to allow the proposed residence to have a maximum floor area of a ratio of 10,100 square feet versus 9,025 square feet.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Rolando seconds.
Yes.
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 I wanted to compromise. I wanted to be able to take out the courtyard because I hate the fact that the courtyard is considered part of the, so I'm going to vote no. Wait a minute. Can I make an amendment to
I
that?
don't think so.
No.
Once
All right,
the
no.
vote
So
is
I'm
started.
going to say no.
No.
I'm going to say no because of Ms. Spain. I agree with the courtyard. Maybe we can do a different motion to kind of compromise there. So no.
I echo, so no.
Yes.
Motion passes. No, motion fails.
Motion fails.
Okay, so I need to do the math, and I can make a motion, but I need to have what it would be to allow for the courtyard not to be counted in your request, and just the courtyard and nothing else in addition to it. And I can't find what square footage the courtyard is.
Shouldn't be counted in the FAR either.
It shouldn't be, it should not be counted in the
Right.
FAR. That's my only issue. Otherwise,
Is that part of lot coverage too then?
But they're asking for a variance for more than just
yes,
the court.
yes.
Right.
So I think you need to just subtract the square footage of the courtyard from your request, and that should be what I'm comfortable
Or
approving.
add it on to the FAR of the site, the lot coverage.
Right,
Pardon me?
Yes.
right.
Yeah. That's
Oh, okay.
what-
You
that's
can do
what-
that.
You want my calculator?
I have a question, which is,
Go ahead.
if you're giving them a freebie on the courtyard
Yes.
by saying we're not going to count it, okay? The math could work the other way, and it might even work out that they would end up mathematically getting a greater FAR than.
Well, it should be removed from FAR of enclosed space and FAR of the site open space.
What I'm saying is that if saying we're not going to count the courtyard in the FAR,
Right.
you're saying you don't count it.
It's right now counted in the FAR.
Right. So that's what has bumped the FAR up.
Part of
But
it.
they're asking for more than the courtyard.
I'm
I
comfortable.
don't want them, the way my comments are, the thrust of my questions is that if you take the courtyard out of the calculations, I'm not willing to have that increase all of a sudden, give them a bonus and allow them to increase the square footage of what they're building.
No, what I'm saying is that we should only give them a variance for
The square
the
footage
square
of
footage
the
of the
courtyard.
Yes.
May-
You shouldn't be penalized because you have a courtyard.
So
Mr.
that
Chair,
would
can I
count in
answer
two
the-
areas, though. That would count in the FAR of the building enclosure and FAR of the open space of the
I don't think that counts as open space, does it?
The courtyard does not count as open space.
But wait a
Answer
minute,
the question of the amount of square footage so that they can put it in the motion.
but there's another issue here, George, and since you were denied, and if I understand this correctly, you know, you now have an open space requirement of 10,500 square feet.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
I said you now have an open space requirement of 40%.
I think what the motion said is that the open space requirement is 10,500 square feet, 2,100 had to be in the front lawn. The existing as we find the property today, is 8,647.6 square feet, of which 1,441.5 are in the front yard, okay?
Yeah, we approved.
You've approved that.
variance.
Yes.
But I think what we're focusing now is on the FAR
Of the courtyard.
of the improvements, and I believe the
Yes.
motion is, we are willing to approve a variance to allow for the courtyard. It's the square footage of the courtyard, but not the others.
Yes.
At least that's
Yes.
where I'm coming from.
Yes, that's right.
Yes,
And
I
I've been
understood it.
consistent on that through the years. On this board, granting variances if there's a courtyard in a historic building.
So the question is,
How big is the
how
courtyard?
much of that square footage, what is the square footage of the courtyard?
Yes. So the square footage of the courtyard is 476 square feet, and it's in 832, because the apparent courtyard in 836 is not enclosed on its fourth side. So it's only the one on 832.
And that's 475?
476.
Mr. Adams, you agree with this?
He doesn't agree with it, I'm sure.
I want the motion read back. This one, I don't.
I mean, I think we would need the numbers to make sure you're asking for the correct thing. The issue you have is if you grant a variance for something that turns out not to be correct, how much leeway is there in a variance if the numbers don't stack up?
I've always said approximately, and then left it up to zoning, because
You know, but you
otherwise-
could request I mean, where do we stand when you grant a variance?
I mean, the board can pass a motion that staff would work with the determination by the applicant once an appropriate survey is taken of the courtyard, and grant approximately a ballpark number in the general vicinity of what their calculation is.
Wouldn't we just subtract that from 3,130? Okay. wouldn't we just subtract 476 from 10,130? Am I stupid?
Just say approximately 476, and as both of them are saying is, we have the opportunity. So if you pass the motion that says we would like to grant the variance for the area of the courtyard, which is approximately 476, to be confirmed by the applicant and city staff, then, you know, if it's 2 more or 2 less, it's not going to matter. If it's 30 more or 100 more, it's going to matter, seems to me.
So I think we don't want to say that we're going to, I don't think we need to compute the FAR. I think we, if we can, if it's all right with you, Gus, that we could say we move to approve a variance of approximately 476 square feet, equivalent to the square footage of the courtyard.
And I would add in 832 to make it even clearer.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Gus, is that acceptable phrasing of a motion?
Yep.
And would you add there that they are to work with staff in order to come up with that number?
Yeah.
To be confirmed by staff?
That's fine.
May I add or ask another question relative to that? If it's 476 that you're taking or adding to the FAR, or taking away from the FAR, sorry.
You're taking away from it,
Yeah.
adding it to open space.
That courtyard takes up space within the site plan of the building, which makes that site plan that much bigger. So you should be able to deduct 476 from the lot coverage.
So right now, it's not, the courtyard was not computed in the lot coverage.
Okay.
Because it's not roofed. So what is, the courtyard is open to the sky.
Right.
And what's computed in lot coverage is building envelope under roof, whether that is air conditioned or not. In other words, porches, garages, loggias count for lot coverage. Living room, dining rooms count for lot coverage. Courtyards do not, but they do count for FAR. So we're not going to have that problem, John.
Well, it seems to me that you would if it's part of the house that makes the outside of the building of the house, unless you're adding it back into the lot coverage of the open space.
Yes, it's always been in the open space.
Okay,
Because, yes, and the other thing is, the reason it doesn't change the green space is that if something is paved, in other words, they don't count paved surfaces as the green space, and they don't count surfaces that have been turfed with plastic turf. Only real growies that worms can eat the roots of. That's what's counted as green space.
Yeah, but is it not, if it's brick pavers or something like that, which allow water to penetrate?
They still don't count it. Yeah, they still don't count it.
Okay, so make that motion.
Okay, let me try.
I can try to make it if I can, I can try to simplify it. I mean,
Okay,
if we
sure.
simply add the 9,025, which is allowed by code, and you add the 476, you get 9,501.
Yes, I just
Simply
did that.
approve,
I just did that.
yeah, simply approve a variance to allow the proposed residence to have a maximum floor area of approximately 9,501 square feet.
That sounds good. Thank you, Gus.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay, go.
Make a motion to approve a variance to allow the proposed residence to have a maximum floor area ratio of approximately 9,501 square feet versus 9,025 square feet, as required by the zoning code.
Do you want to add the condition that it be confirmed?
To be confirmed by staff.
I have a second.
Second.
Ms. Rolando seconds it.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Mr. Maxwell.
No.
Mr. Menendez.
No. Okay, the last motion is for certificate of appropriateness.
Do we have to see the revised drawings or not?
I don't, but I think we can allow staff to handle that.
I think it would depend on if you're going with all of these conditions or not. As we said, we didn't really have an issue overall with the design. The conditions are fairly minor. I can give you this list because I believe there were some that you didn't agree with, like the ghosting of the original openings on the garages. So whoever's going to make the motion, I can give them this list if there's any they want to cross off or...
I think that makes sense. Are there any of the conditions that the applicant does not agree with?
Yes. Warren, you can stay there if you like. I'm going to work from this side. Can you hear me here?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's easier to say which ones we're not agreeable to. And if you refer back to your report, you'll see that some of these were not stated as absolutes. So the height of the top of tie beam of the carriage house was mentioned, but it was not an absolute. We would like to keep that height where it is.
Warren, your response to that?
Sorry?
What is your response to that?
What condition are you talking about?
The one about the height of the parapet of the carriage house, it was not stated as an absolute. It was like study if you can. I mean, you have the report here. We can read
Yeah,
from it.
yeah, I don't think I have that as a condition. By carriage house, are you talking?
Top of tie beam of the carriage house. And the kitchen as well. Yeah, I was going there next.
Yeah, it was only the kitchen, not
Okay.
the carriage house.
Then the top, we probably, if you look at the report as well, the language on the kitchen is also soft. It's not hard. And I've already read into the record that the top of the tie beam of the kitchen at 12 feet is to negotiate all the roof connections that are around it. Because you have multiple heights around it. In our exploration, the 12-foot top of high beam allows us to connect, to have crickets to lower roofs and connect to the parapets of the balconies that are adjacent to the kitchen roof. So for the purpose of buildability, that's why it's set at 12 and not 11.6. It's not capricious.
Mr. Adams?
I've made my recommendations. It's up to the board if they agree with them or not.
Okay.
And then there was another one, which is the adjustment, I think it was an adjustment of the stair on the east side that was visible, that is claimed to be visible from the right-of-way, and I think I explained it's not visible from the right-of-way.
Can I please have clarification? If there are no bushes or trees or shrubs there, are you saying you will not see that from the right of way?
That is correct.
And if it's constructed and we can see it from the right of way?
If it's constructed, you cannot see it from the right-of-way.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think those are the only three.
So the parapet on the carriage house,
No, I believe it
high
wasn't.
beam,
It wasn't, apparently it wasn't on the list of conditions.
okay, so
I think we should keep the conditions that staff has set.
do too, yeah. But, okay.
So
The other,
are you going to make the motion?
Well, can I just add that I'm just reiterating what I've answered for you all, so it's been responses to your questions. I've explained what the wrought iron grate is doing in front of the courtyard. It's actually creating an additional veil to the kitchen. So I would like to keep that only because it helps make the kitchen less visible from the right-of-way. It's already 70 feet back. We're putting landscape in the courtyard, but the wrought iron will further help screen it.
Where are the staff's
Yeah,
conditions?
I read them into the record.
yeah, but we're not seeing them.
It's useful to read them. It may be useful to read them.
Should,
Okay, I mean, most of these are standard. The first one is elevations of the proposed front wall and details of gates shall be submitted to staff for review. I mean, we would ask that of anyone.
Absolutely.
But the
No
second
problem.
one is the original outline of the garage doors and breezeway openings shall be retained. I believe there was some discussion about not necessarily retaining the original outlines. So if you don't agree with that one and are happy to go with what was proposed as to actually amending them so that they go more with the design, then I can remove that one if you don't support that.
I support all your recommendations, so I would be fine with staff recommendations.
I believe the third one, the existing decorative features above the garage doors in 832 shall be retained. I believe you're keeping that now.
We're okay. It's not original anyway, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
a
new,
little rose rondelle.
the new string course shall not be added above those.
That's perfectly
guys.
fine.
Fine with that. The chimney, I believe you want to keep to make.
We would like to keep the chimney. I don't understand why it's objectionable. It's back from the public right-of-way. It's in his wine room, and he wants a little chimney in there.
You're okay with the not including the proposed privacy wall between the two structures?
That's
and
fine,
keep the
because there is
existing?
one, yeah, there is one there already. So we'll take the one that's 100 years old.
Okay. You're going to clarify if the rear porches are going to be enclosed?
They're not going to be enclosed, and they're not going to be enclosed.
Okay.
Yes.
what about a rear balcony staircase on 832? Can you lose that?
That's the one that is not going to be seen from the public right-of-way.
Because it's going to be landscaped?
No. Warren said without landscape, and I said it will not be seen from the sidewalk.
Landscaped or not.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Okay.
so the rear balcony staircase on 832 shall not be visible from the right-of-way.
Mm-hmm.
Details and specifications of proposed garage doors have to be submitted for review.
No problem. That's standard.
Specifications and details of all new proposed windows and doors
That's
submitted for
standard.
review. Glass shall be clear. Muntins high profile.
Yep.
This one was a concern. The drawings indicate the historic buildings do not have window sills. The proposed drawings show sills on every single window. Staff does not support that. Are you adding?
We agree with staff on that.
Okay, so window sills only on the new windows.
We'll keep the ones that are there, and we'll make a distinction between new and old.
Okay, so the question is, does the board support the enclosure of the porte cochere with the grille, the gate?
No.
It's only on one face. It's not on all three sides.
I don't have an issue with it, but.
So what you were proposing as the grill, staff does not want.
Generally, we do not support enclosing porte cocheres.
Right. And in this case, it was because it acts as a veil to the kitchen wall. So it helps in the distance. We create layers of space.
But did you suggest that you might further back
We can put it at the
put
front layer.
landscaping
Yes.
instead of the veil? You
Yeah,
could do that?
we can put it at the front layer, or we can put it at the back layer, and regardless, we're going to landscape, but it always is going to help. What I'm trying to do is, we have 70 feet anyway from sidewalk to kitchen wall, and I'm trying to create other layers of screening, essentially, the wrought iron being one of them.
Nice. It's not an issue for me, but I am respectful of what the board's response is.
Mr. Maxwell?
Do you have a,
At a minimum, if you're gonna put it in, it should be all the way in the back. It was never there. It's not intended. It's an intrusive element that is designed to hide another intrusive element.
okay,
So take your pick. How do you want to hide the intrusion? Put it back. I mean, if you're gonna do that, put it all the way back as far as it can go, so it's not visible from the street, because it was never there, and it really destroys a lot of the solid void relationship that
That's
goes
fine with
on
us.
on facade.
That's fine with us.
Actually, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it would help make the two structures more separate, that preserves the separateness. So drop the grate.
No, he said put it on the back side of the carport, I believe.
Which would mean the carport's completely open.
Yes.
Okay, so
So if the rear balcony staircase is not going to be visible from the right-of-way, then it doesn't have to be redesigned or reduced in scale. So that condition is not, those conditions are not required.
okay, and Warren, let me suggest a wording for the porte-cochere, that any enclosure shall be on 836 should be pushed as far to the back end, to the rear of the porte-cochere.
You can use south if you want.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, the height of the rear kitchen addition, I had recommended it be reduced in height.
We already talked about it. It's very difficult to make those roofs work out.
I spent a lot of time looking at this roof plan, trying to figure it out. It's hellish. So
That point in particular.
yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult. So if you lower it, I'm not exactly sure what happens when it hits the flat roof.
In some cases, it cantilevers over a short parapet. In other cases, it dives into the parapet of the porch, which on the lateral sides are solid masonry parapets.
But if you lower it,
If we lower it, then all of that, missing the low stuff and hitting the high stuff and all that,
yeah, I don't know.
You're going to
I
end up
think it's
with
going to be a
roof
mess.
leaks.
Okay, I'll remove that.
I'm fine with it at the level that it's now, only because I don't think you can do it any other way.
Seems to me those are issues that are taken care of at the design stage when you get down to that detail. And
I understand staff
George
wanting it
is
to be lower.
George is like a average architect. I think he can handle that.
Okay,
Take that, John.
the
Thank you.
proposed garage structure shall be reduced in scale and height.
the what, I'm sorry, I didn't hear
The
that.
proposed garage structure shall be reduced in scale and height. I don't believe you can see it from the right-of-way, but it still looks big.
Well, it's 1 foot under the parapet of it's 1 foot under the parapet of the Fink house.
Richard, any thoughts on this?
I mean, this
The
is,
the design folks,
I go back,
let's follow.
staff
Okay,
recommendations.
let's follow the
I
staff.
think that will probably, some of this stuff will naturally happen when he's trying to figure out where to find the FAR, you know,
Okay,
but
I mean, oh, and I should also say both are 3 feet under the code for height. So no, not both. The parapet of the Fink house is 3 feet under the height limit. This is 4 feet under the height limit.
It's not just the building, it's the massing of the staircase as well, the exterior
but-
staircase.
yeah,
but-
um,
Yeah, but the staircase is not seen from the west, but anyway.
okay, let's go with staff recommendations in the motion.
So my question is just lowering it. It doesn't say how much.
You'll work with staff in order
Okay.
to get it done.
That's fine. That's fine.
The only one outstanding is additional features shall be added to the south elevation of the garage structure to break up the massing of the elevation. No one said it necessarily had to be windows, you know, whether there's setbacks or something on there, you have a massive, you know, you said the neighbours don't particularly want windows looking onto them. Do they want a massive wall of concrete? Would be my
Well, I
question.
think some of them would. In all the testimonies, I'm sure Don has heard over the years about neighbors going crazy of people looking at them when they swim in the pool. But anyway,
totally crazy.
yeah, yes.
And I can name the residents.
We can make some other
Ms. Rolando,
articulations
are you
there.
going to make the motion?
Yes,
Okay.
okay. So I move that we approve the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for additions and alterations to the residences in keeping with the FAR and the staff recommendations. I believe, other than the height of the rear kitchen addition and any enclosure of the porte-cochere on 836 being installed at the rear of the porte-cochere, and that the rear balcony staircase on 832 not be visible from the right-of-way.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Do we have a second?
I just did that.
Oh, you
Alicia.
seconded it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, it was so painful.
I didn't hear it. Okay.
Where's the aspirin?
Just to confirm, because I heard as part of the motion, in line with the FAR, in line with the approved variance FAR.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Maxwell.
No.
No.
Ms. Rolando.
Yes.
Ms. Spain.
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton.
Yes.
Ms. Vakavig.
Yes.
Mr. Durana.
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Haft.
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I haven't said anything. I would just like to say, my name's Robert Apple, and we put a lot of labor of love into this, because when I got together with George, I asked him to do the best there is. I've lived 15 years of my life in Madrid, Spain, so I understand Spanish architecture, and I appreciate it. And, we're trying to do the best for the city. And I'm hoping that, your patience is phenomenal, that you've been here this long. So I appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, we still got an agenda.
Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
Any other items, discussion items?
No, just a heads up that the mayor was successful in obtaining $750,000 for the reconstruction of the gondola building. The city's going to have to match it with $750,000, although there is a proposal to relocate it. The difficulty being that to spend that sort of money on a building where it's difficult to find a use for it is sort of difficult to justify. So it is more than likely still going to be on the site of the Biltmore, ideally still next to water. But the mayor, I don't know how he did it, but he was successful in getting that funding, so that will be getting reconstructed. Okay. And the house at the wall at the Merrick House has been completed. It looks really good. And I believe that's all the updates.
May I add a couple of comments about Merrick House? There are some severe water leaks going on inside, and I don't think...
We are aware.
You are aware, okay. All right.
Can't hear you.
I'm a little concerned about moving the gondola building because if you read the designation report, part of it was architectural, which is gone. And then the other part was that it's the gondola building next to the waterway at the Biltmore, so,
But it will have to come to you.
yeah.
The
all right, well,
application
then we
will...
should probably discuss it now, but
Yeah, I
I'm
wouldn't
very
discuss it just
concerned
now.
about moving it.
One final question. Were we not going to give some brief discussion about guidelines and things, problems where, like what happened with the windows.
That's new business.
Okay, all right. But we're going to discuss that this evening, right? Yeah, okay.
Do we need to suggest that it be on the agenda for the next meeting?
Could we briefly discuss it tonight? I'm not talking about staying like terrible amounts of time, but since it's fresh on our heads when new business comes up, please.
New business?
New business.
Go ahead, Mr. Maxwell, new business.
Under new business, I'd like to propose to the board that we request the staff to come up with an adequate proposal that includes the requirement of submitting shop drawings for roofs and windows to be submitted and approved by their office prior to the issuance of any building permit. We're having.
I'll second. If that's a motion.
Prior
You're
to
just
any
proposing.
issuance of-
Well, it's
and
really more
also
discussion
prior
at this
to
point.
What?
Inspection, I mean, with inspection prior to CO.
No, it's got to be, I mean,
Well, I say issuance of the building permit.
You know, that isn't really in the purview of the preservation office, it's in the building department.
I understand that, but if for discussion purposes, we need to ask Mr. Adams to discuss this with the building department about how we can get this
Well,
in.
maybe you
because
can
it
ask
becomes
Sarami to come here next month, so we can talk to her about that.
I mean, if it takes an amendment to the plans or whatnot, because at the time that you're issuing your plans, you can get your shop drawings, and windows are a specific approval, okay, and they're a specific inspection, as are roofs.
I think that's already in the code. How it got. through this.
Then John, we're having just huge problems with this. I mean, and we're going to have another one next month because one of the houses that we just approved, they didn't do what we asked.
The drawings that we received were exactly what we asked for. Exactly.
In fabric.
My point is that there needs to be some vehicle, some document, some
guidance
requirement
somewhere, one.
that when it gets from the architect to the manufacturer, before they go into manufacturing, there needs to be something that can be required so that the manufacturer is sending, however they do it, some sort of a legal confirmation so that they're responsible.
That's right.
And they're doing it in accordance with staff's requirements. It keeps falling through the cracks and everybody then starts
That's the
pointing their
building
fingers
plan.
at each other.
That's the architectural
and,
plans.
And
they're
they
not.
get installed. And then people come in and start pleading that they have a financial burden,
I try to minimize my time chiming in on items, but in this particular item, I'm just going to try to assist the board as the best of my abilities. What you're requesting is for the insertion of the city in between two third parties, and I see no mechanism to do that. The mechanism already exists. A plan is approved. Whatever the installer orders and installs, whether it meets that requirement or not, it's on the city whether we approve it or not. It puts the city and inspectors in a terrible position because people spend tens of thousands of dollars. But the only mechanism we have is to simply not approve what was installed and require the approved plans.
And for clarification, if staff refuse to approve something because it's not as was approved, the applicant has the right to come to the board to ask for their approval.
Right.
Yes.
So we can turn around and we can deny, we can hold things up, we can tell people to change things. We cannot stop them coming to you for asking the board's opinion.
But we always end up compromising because we feel sorry for them or because they're installed or whatever. And there's got to be some way
maybe don't compromise.
You can have shop drawings, and they can be here, and they can be approved as part of the permitting process. It has to be something that is at that level, because what then you're doing is just as what the attorney is saying. Without that approval point, okay, where we say, yes, we approve those shop drawings, okay, at some particular time in the process, whether it's after the building permit, where the building permit says shop drawings must be approved before windows and roof is installed, bang, okay? So now you have that. The folks that were up here wouldn't be in that problem if those shop drawings had come back for approval at that time. You say raised muttons, okay? Well, what the heck is that? Okay, I mean, I got it, I know what it is, and I know how it goes, but the interpretation becomes very open then. And so I think we've just seen today a very classic example about how that open interpretation keeps leading to everything
But this
that we keep
particular
talking.
case today, we had a set of
Yeah.
correct drawings. The set
No,
of
you
correct
didn't have
drawings were
shop drawings.
taken
It
to the
doesn't matter. You
manufacturer.
didn't have
But-
shop drawings.
So the city, if there's a standalone window permit, there are no shop drawing requirements because
I understand that.
what you're presenting with your elevations that you give to the city is what you are going to install. With a building permit for a big addition or something, you're required to do shop drawings, and at that point, then you check at the new stuff, the new elevations against what you approved to make sure. But the shop drawing is an NOA.
Correct.
It doesn't show you a Muntin profile, or it doesn't show you a Muntin pattern. It
Well,
just
then make
shows
it,
you the
then
NOAs.
but we can make it require that. I mean, that's what
I
we're
don't, the
saying.
building code doesn't, I don't think we'd have to check, but I don't think there's a
I
mechanism
think it's
for
worth a
that, but-
discussion. And I think it's worth a discussion on the roofs too. I mean, we're spending half of our damn time on this by doing that, you know, and it's insane.
Yeah, with all respect to the people who are making these applications, we don't know what they told the contractor to do.
They're not,
Exactly.
they're not professional. They're counting on us to try to
No,
help
no,
them.
I'm sorry. I think they have a lot of their own interest involved in this.
I agree.
They got their pocketbook involved in this, and the window guy comes along and says,
Yeah, you can-
hey, I can take $50,000 out of this contract if you do this. And they look almost the same. And then we come along and now we're the bad guys.
Exactly.
What's happening now,
And I don't know
too-
how we can fix that.
Then let's have this as an agenda item, bring in the building department, let's have a
I think we
discussion.
just need to
let
talk
the
to
building
someone.
department
This has got to stop.
Development Services Director.
Well, I mean, we technically denied the window application, so we kind of did that.
But it ends up being after the fact, and I mean, and
Yeah, I
we're
see what
all
you're saying. Yeah,
sympathetic.
what if she would have
We
done
don't
a
want
single hung window or something instead of a casement?
Hey,
then
look, I mean, look, I've built, you know, millions of square feet, I mean, like you have, and, you know, and I've got contractors who go, hey, it's the same thing as what you have here. And no, it's not, you know? And so don't tell me that, you know?
Another big problem are people that buy the product before actually applying for the
Yes.
Yeah, well, shame on
submitting
them.
the application. That's a major problem. That's effectively what happened with the solar tiles. They were already purchased, you know, fair enough, we brought it here and it was reviewed, but it's happened in several occasions where people have already bought their windows and then they think, okay, we'll submit the application now.
Well, tough luck.
And the problem is, if you've just spent $100,000 on windows and they come in here and we say, well, we don't approve sliding windows. Well, I've just spent $100,000. That's what my window company told me to do, and I can't send them back.
Well, they have civil recourse.
You know, Warren, there was a house on Elmeria that had a window, it had a window permit, and they demolished 3/4 of the house. So, yeah, I guess they made a big window.
Well, how about our famous elevator?
I've received amended drawings. I've not reviewed them yet. I just received them recently. I've not looked at them yet. The owner did reach out to me to say that they had been sent. So,
You know, it's just that's just another one of these things that he said, she said, and we get caught in the middle.
yeah.
And we say no, and then we're the bad guys.
Any other items?
Motion to adjourn.
Mr. Adams?
No, that's it.
Okay, motion to, what's the word?
Abandoned ship.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, adjourned.
Made the motion? Made the motion?
Our chair.
Mr. Maxwell made the motion. It
Mr.
was
Maxwell,
seconded by Mr. Fullerton.
Adjourned.
Oh, gosh.